Oh.
No, no, I totally understand.
Okay.
If I was sitting in your shoes,
Okay.
yeah, I'd be like, yeah.
Okay, so I can hear myself in the room, and hopefully you'll hear me soon online. I don't have it around my ear, but I have it pretty close to my mouth. So, yeah, you can hear me breathing. And I'm wondering if that's even too loud in the room. Let me see if I sit here where Jim's sitting. Okay, and we're talking, and we're talking, and we're talking, and we're talking. Okay, let me know when it comes through.
Just came on.
Okay, so. Okay. All right, what I'd like to share today, I'm pretending to be Jim. Pretending to be Jim.
Keep breathing, see what it sounds normal to me. Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't too loud?
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, all right. Okay, this is Jim. I think that's too loud. I'm going to go back to 25. Okay. Okay, whoa, I have Brian's mic on, and it's really loud in the room, so let me turn that down in the room. Okay. Okay. Oh my God, is my breathing really that loud? Is my breathing really that loud? It's crazy. Oh, you know why? Because I have it in front and not on the side. Okay. Okay. I think that's a good level. Sorry, everybody out there listening to this. Okay. Yeah. I think that's a good level in the room. And it doesn't interfere with the level online from our sound check yesterday.
There's only 5 people.
I'm checking the mic. I hope that was enough.
Can you hear yourself?
No.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Oh, really?
I put the speaker on, so now we know
Okay.
we were on.
Go ahead, say it again, Jim.
I'm checking the mic.
And I'm checking the mic as well, and it's coming through there. Yeah. All right.
And this is Kelsey checking her mic.
Cool.
I'm going to just check this real quick. It's a minute delay. She's going to text me, and then she's going to pull the slide.
Okay.
Prepared in case I need you to guide the meditation. I'm a little wired. I'm trying to relax.
No, I felt it when you went in to take a shower. You were just all wired up, and it took me forever to get calmed down myself. It was just like you were just supercharged.
I am. Supercharged. So you want to turn your mic off right now until we're ready?
It won't attack. You want to put your phone down?
No?
Brian, don't put.
I'll let you.
Okay, you are live. I can
Okay.
see your image.
Good. You going to come up and do the announcements?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't even know what announcements do we have, really.
Except for next month, I don't know. Hello.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to class. It's great to see you all through the lens. And there's not too many announcements other than we are staying online due to the coronavirus. So we'll just keep doing this online and other classes and events online. So you'll get a notification when those are happening in your respected communities. Next month's class is September 20th. So mark your calendars if you'd like to join us. If you have any technical problems or issues with this broadcast, if you could please refresh your page, because that's more than likely going to be the main issue, and that should resolve it. Otherwise, at the top right hand of the corner on the page, there's a report a problem, and you can click on that, and I check it periodically. We have the room speaker on, so this class will know when someone's mic is on or off. So
Oh, that's good.
we have cleared up that glitch. And I think that's it. Yeah, we're going to broadcast Q&A from here on out live over the broadcast. So once again, just at the break, taking class, meditate, hear Brian's talk and Jim's talk, and then if anything stirs inside of you based on their talks and their sharings and the movement of spirit, please feel free to email us your questions, your spiritual questions, at the break at info@liveonline.org. info@ilm.org. Please do not email me personally. I will miss it. So please just email info@ilm.org. And at the break, we'll have a slide up that has the same information for you. And please just keep your questions based on this path of sound and light, waking up to God. Just your questions to wake up to soul and God and the spiritual path and the teachings of Inner Light Ministry, as shared through Jim and Brian today. So please, we're going to turn off our cell phones. We encourage you all online to do the same, just to keep that one-pointed focus on Spirit, because believe it or not, Spirit is speaking to the collective consciousness that is gathered. And so as we all create that one-pointed focus, that's to the extent and the degree Spirit can come in and share. So we're all part of this action and holding that focus. So at least do not disturb, or maybe check your phone at the break. But let's all be with Spirit. So thank you, and God bless you, and welcome to class. Enjoy.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. Well, I'm all wired. A lot going on today, actually. Not to mention it's hot out here. Over 100 degrees. Just walking up, I broke a sweat. So, but just for most of you probably already know, but we have our YouTube channel officially up and running. We sent out an email, 2 weeks ago? I guess almost 2 weeks ago. If you did not receive the email, please send us a message at info@ilm.org. If you'd like to receive that email, we'll forward it to you. But otherwise, just go to our YouTube channel, Inner Light Ministries, A Path of Sound and Light. And please, whether you go to YouTube or any of our other social media accounts, make sure to put in Inner Light Ministries, A Path of Sound and Light. There's other Inner Light Ministries out there. That's why, and there's one in California that is a completely different church than what we're doing here, and they've got a lot up there, so you'll see a lot of that, and we're kind of down the line right now until we get some content on there. But YouTube is officially up and running for a lot of you who wanted YouTube, and we actually are testing Facebook Live today as well. So for those of you who like to jump around, and that's part of the reason I'm sweating too, I've been checking all the social media channels, and Facebook is live, is working very well. And even one other test today, we're doing Periscope. So we are, Kelsey's like, what? So we pretty much now have our broadcast going out. We use a service that does a simultaneous broadcast through the cloud. And so now we can really reach wherever people want to watch. Our website is always the main place to go, and that's where you're probably going to get the greatest sound quality and all. And then from there, just check out whatever station works best for you. I always recommend our website, not only because of the sound quality, but because of all of our other, materials on there as well, as far as our all the recordings, all the videos, all the classes. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I'm checking because I know there's a lot of technical things going on. Are things all right? Are we broadcasting okay?
Yeah, we're going to probably edit all this out anyway. I just
forgot
forgot
to
to press record.
Oh, okay. Had me worried a sec. So we haven't lost broadcast. Us watching back here thought something was wrong. So, but anyway, things are really good. We're obviously coming into the end of summer here, and as you guys have been around a while, like to hear me say, next month I call our official school year beginning. So hopefully literally by next month now, after we are literally testing the last social media channel that we'll probably use, like Facebook and Periscope. And if all goes well, we'll be sending out announcements for that as well, just like we did the YouTube channel. And that'll cover it across the board. And eventually we'll see where it goes in the future. But we've been working, as they say, fast and furious behind the scenes to get everything up and running, which is why I'm all wired right now, because I've been running with all that, and I'm sure Tanya and Abe and Kelsey. So, anything you want to say on that?
No?
Okay. So last thing is, I'm just going to check here. We're good? Okay. All right. I always wait till we get the thumbs up on the technology and make sure everything's good on the broadcast end. We've got so many things now to make sure are functioning before we really get going. So we're good to go then. All right. Do you want to lead us into meditation today?
Sure. So just go ahead and bring yourself into a comfortable position for your meditation. When you're ready, you could close your eyes and begin to bring your focus inward and upward to the seat of the soul. For it's at the seat of the soul that we can begin to make contact with our own soul and with that divine spark of God that dwells within us. So just bring your focus inward and upward. And in that, you just let go of all the elements of the world, the mind, the emotions, the imagination, and the body. And just bring yourself to that quiet place within. For it's in the quiet that we find God. It's in the quiet that we can hear that still small voice. And it's in the quiet that we find the truth of who we really are. So come to the quiet within. In that place it's still, it's quiet. And even in the stillness, you can begin to sense that inner light and that inner sound. Oftentimes it's the inner light that we see first. That light of the spiritual realms and that light of our own soul. And as you watch for this light, pay attention to it. Keep your focus upon it. You may begin to see the blue or the purple light. The blue light is the light of your own soul consciousness. It's often called the Christ consciousness. The purple is the light of the Holy Spirit, the light of grace, of forgiveness, and loving. And you may see the gold and the white light of the soul and spirit above. As you continue going into the silence, into this place of quiet, into this place where God does reside and you can find to be so, just begin to hold your attention upon the hue or the anti-hue, the sacred names of God that are spoken names, or you can begin to chant the unspoken names of initiation and begin to go further and further inside and up, upward, upward into the highest regions of your soul and into the realms of spirit. So just now begin chanting and holding your attention. And if your mind distracts you, and it most likely will, just bring yourself back to the chanting as soon as you realize you've been distracted, so that you stay upward above the mind and begin moving more into those realms of soul and spirit. So let's just now begin this journey. So let's begin to bring our awareness back to that place in the world where you reside, in this body, in this place, in this time. And as you come back into this reality, bring with you all that you experienced in meditation. Bring it back so that you can write it down, where you can remember it, where you can be aware of it. When we meditate, we go to a place much different than the one we reside in the world. And it's nice to begin to wake up into that place of difference and to know a greater truth than this world has to offer. So kind of move your body, move yourself around, and bring yourself more present once again. And we'll begin our sharing. And if anything very important or interesting happened in your meditation, do take notes of it as we begin so that you have those to refer to later. Maybe you'll want to write those down in a journal. So, are you ready?
Want me to start?
Sure, go ahead.
Wow. Wow, I guess we're in meditation a little longer than I thought.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I needed that. Just kind of trying to look inside and see where I want to start. I think I could use more meditation. I'm still a little bit wired, but calming down, that's for sure. It's kind of nice because I know a lot of, that's a lot of how people look at meditation now is a way to kind of relax, calm down, find that center and peacefulness. And it definitely was for that for me today, because as I kind of rushed in here sweating and all wired, I felt like I was super hyped up on caffeine or something. And I literally feel racy at times, and it makes me think about all the stories I hear about people saying in the world how they're running around and always so stressed out and, trying to make ends meet and now having to have COVID on top of it. But such is life. There's always something to deal with. And, eventually we've got to find those ways to take care of ourselves, however that is. And a lot of times we'll start on a physical level, like with diet and exercise, and then some of us might, find support groups or therapies or counselings to help with the mental and emotional level. And then eventually we find ourselves being drawn towards the spiritual level. And for those of us embarking upon that journey, more spiritually, is where we begin to find that essence of spirit not only infiltrate through the consciousness and all these other levels within ourselves, but literally begin to embrace and envelop all of that. And after a while, we begin to see that really that soul essence and that movement of loving within us, it's almost like a cocoon. It's often been referred to like an egg, that we're kind of wrapped up in the egg. And it's that body of light, if we can call it that, in which we really are all enveloped in God's loving. And it is that loving that literally brings us back to that center in that place of peace that really everybody knows about and everybody really wants and looks for, but simply have lost track of how to get there, let alone where is it, but also how do we get there? But yet we know we're seeking for that. We know there's something missing. We go looking, wanting that. And not even understanding that, we'll look for it in the physical. Just like I mentioned, a lot of times we'll start with diet and exercise or therapies and counseling to handle and balance our belief systems, our thoughts, our feelings, our anxieties, our stressors, how to cope with life. That's a lot of what we deal with. And I know a lot of people who even started this journey with us in ILM of this spiritual pathway. They did it because of some big stressor in the world, like when it was 9/11 back in the day, or COVID now. I know more people are showing up. It's often those big traumatic experiences, especially when they're on a global level like that, but really just even on an individual level, when we are challenged in life, and it often creates a sense of panic or fear. That usually is what it takes for us to really take a greater action to find that which is going to support us and take care of ourselves on every level. It's funny because nowadays, I mean, I don't read nearly as much as I used to years ago, but the little bit I do read, I see so much out there now just on news feeds and different handles, I guess they call them, on social media sites and all that. I see meditation out there referred to quite a lot. But it's funny because the main way I see it referred to, well, I shouldn't say the main way, a couple of ways, but one of the main ways is I see it as a stress reduction tool, that a lot of people will start to meditate just for that reason, for their health, not only physically, but mentally and emotionally, and to, bring themselves back to that centered, peaceful place. And there's so many scientific studies now, medical studies, where they hook up the things to the brain, all the electrodes and wires, and measure the brain waves in the different centers in the brain when they meditate, the different lobes. I've seen more of that happening, which in a way I think is really cool, because it literally is showing there is something that goes on even on that physical or physiological level, that when we do meditate. But what's interesting to me is how much there's still not, I shouldn't say there's not that much discussion, but maybe a lack of empirical evidence that people are trying to find in those scientific studies of what is really going on in the consciousness. They're measuring the physical and physiological response to it and the brainwaves and all. But that spiritual component, what's really going on to create when they're measuring all the brain waves and the different lobes of the brain? What's actually causing that they can measure? But yet there's not instrumentation to be able to measure that movement of consciousness that is causing the physical response. To me, that's the more interesting part, that little bit I've seen out there, that I don't hear the scientists too much pursuing that question, let alone even asking that question. But the ones that I do hear that often talk about it as a state of consciousness, often dealing with the mind or non-locality, all these things with quantum physics, non-locality, holographic universe, that all points in time and space exist in once, and we can tap into it anywhere, no matter where we are. There's all kinds of different scientific theories out there now that I've been hearing about and find them quite fascinating, and science is actually finding a level of truth with a lot of that now. But yet, I'm still waiting to hear for the scientists to really start questioning, well, where does consciousness even come from? What is this thing that we even call consciousness, or even mind for that matter? What is the mind even? And I'm kind of laughing in a way, because I find it kind of funny that people can get so focused on this and in their inquiries and discovery, but yet at the same time the lack of questioning on that deeper level. Because a lot of people are just afraid to even use the word spiritual. Because most people put it in as a connotation dealing with religion, like, the battle of science and religion. And to me, there's none of that. It's not a battle, there's not a duality of science and religion, but yet that's what a lot of the mind of man will make it. But what if there really is the spiritual, a spiritual perspective that we just can't really tap into or find through the mind or science or religion for that matter? Because a lot of what I've seen in religion even is that it's often based upon belief systems or dogmas and rituals, faith and trust, which is wonderful because we need that to really move forward. But wouldn't it be wonderful if we could really walk a spiritual journey, a spiritual path with empirical evidence? But what if that empirical evidence is spiritually based? And because it is spiritually based, it is not something that can be measured or detected through the mind, the emotions, imagination, or body. And therein often lies the challenge. Because if it cannot be detected through the outer senses that man is so used to, often we don't believe. Even that's the thing, we don't believe. Well, it can't be scientifically proven, so therefore I don't believe it. And even when somebody does see something, well, what is that? I'll believe it when I see it. But then when somebody sees it, they start even doubting their belief there, like, oh, that must be something my imagination created. Oh, that must have been a hallucination. Oh, it was just a dream. Yeah, maybe it's a lucid dream, and my God, it seems so real, but it was just a dream. And such is the folly of the mind, as it always has been. But where do we go from there? Even asking the deeper scientific questions, like we hear now about dark matter and dark energy, the beginning of the universe. Was it really the Big Bang, or is it something else I've seen other scientific journals talking about now? But who's even asked, well, where does even dark matter and dark energy come from? How did that begin? Where did the Big Bang even begin? What even caused or created that? Who's asking those questions? How do we discover and prove that? Well, at some point, when you dig deep enough and ask the right questions, actually, I think that was the title of last month's talk, asking or answering the deeper questions. When we ask those right questions is when it can open the doors to really go to those deeper states of awareness where we can get the greater clarity and answers that we're seeking. But we have to be open to greater possibility than what the mind, emotions, or body can present. We've got to be open to maybe there's something beyond science. That's why I even refer to science, even all this quantum and non-locality that is talked about a lot now, or holographic universe, because it's taking a lot to expand the mind to even get to those higher advanced states of science or physics. But even beyond that, can we even open up, not just expand our minds, but literally open so that there's no ceiling? Because even expansion still has ceilings and walls. But if we can truly open things up, just like we hear about opening our hearts and opening our minds, that maybe there's something even beyond even expansion on those levels. And that's really the greater spiritual journey that eventually we're going to seek after and ask those questions. Often it's referred to as, where did I come from? Where am I going? What is the purpose of life? Why am I here? Who am I really? They say to know ourselves, to be true to ourselves. Who am I? That really is the true self, or the self to be true to. That's the deeper search, that at some point on our journey, when I say our, I mean the soul's journey, not just this body, not just this even lifetime. At some point on our soul's journey, we're going to begin to ask those questions and to seek out those answers. And that's what we're doing here. In these gatherings that we share about at Inner Light Ministries, those are the questions not only do we attempt to answer, and really I only say attempt, is because what we do here is just giving words. The words, to me, they just give description, direction, an idea. But if those words are not based upon experience, where we literally have the experience of what the words represent, it's a fantasy. And that's something important to be clear with. Is it fantasy or is it reality? Well, our experience is what we need to look to. Some people will call that subjective. But what I have found is that the true spiritual experience, there is a level of subjectivity, but in truth, it's very objective. It's just that there's these levels, dimensions, realms of consciousness that are beyond the level of understanding or objectivity that the mind has a capacity for here. And therein is the challenge. And why at some point we need to be able to let go of the mind, to let go of our thoughts, our beliefs, because they're all limited. We only know, or think we know for that matter, or understand based upon our limited beliefs. But even a lot of those limited beliefs, some of them may come out of experience. But maybe those experiences are very limited themselves. So until we are willing to go beyond those limitations and open up to a greater experience, how are we going to even find that empirical evidence? We've got to be willing to open up, move beyond our fears of the unknown, to allow ourselves the opportunity to experience something beyond all of this physicality or mentality. And therein is the greater journey spiritually that we do share here in ILM. And not just the words as the saying to describe it, which we do here obviously in our talks and when we do the Q&A. But that's why we even start our programs with the meditation, because we know this journey is experientially based and we need to have experience. So we start right off with meditation because we know that meditation is the way to move into experience, that we can begin to open up, as I'm just describing, to have spiritual experience that is beyond the mind, emotions, imagination, and body. And that's what we're attempting to do in meditation, is to really open up and experience that which we may call God and spirit and soul. That we may have our own personal experience of who we are, what God is, what that essence of spirit is, that is loving, that is life itself. So we need a way, we need guidance, we need direction, something that we can apply and take tangible steps to do that. Because if we don't have a direction to go, we just sit in wonderment, not moving, we stagnate because we don't know which direction to go. We don't know what to do. Just like anything, any endeavor, we need to learn, we need to have a tutor, so to speak, to help guide us, to give us an idea, to instruct us. But then maybe even to hold our hand or to walk with us, to have that experience until we're comfortable with it. Why do you think we have schools? First grade, second grade, third grade. We have teachers, we have tutors. We do homework. We ask for assistance when we need it, because that's what's required. But it's the same thing here on the spiritual journey. It's no different. It's very practical in that way. is that we need that instruction and support to walk the journey of experience, to do our homework, to gain the greater understanding by doing the exercises to have the experience. And if we can just keep it practical like that, that's where, one, we can move it out of the realm of fantasy or just a belief system and begin to move it into and through the application and into experience, spiritual experience, so that we begin to know the reality that is divine, that is beyond the physical, through our experience. And that is the empirical evidence, is our own experience. And I know this is the challenging one for those of the scientific mind and have to measure it and prove it on the physical level, because people would say, well, that's not empirical evidence, that's just your opinion, or that's very subjective based upon only your experience. But what if everybody who does this begins to have these spiritual experiences? And then if we get enough people doing that, and a lot of people start reporting very similar, even if they're not the same, but a lot of them will even say the same thing, but very similar experiences, even if the details are a little different, just like we can have different dreams or we all look different, but yet we're all human, we're all people, we have a lot of the same functions and the way we do things and believe. Just because we're different here, does that mean objectively that we're not empirically having the same? Isn't the empirical evidence based upon that objectivity where we are the same? But just because we all look different or have a different life experience, does that make it totally subjective? Do you see where I'm going with this? So just like we can say that in the physical, what if we brought that to the spiritual? And we began to approach the spiritual journey, spirituality as we call it, from not only that personal subjective level, but on a bigger basis objectively, because it is the same across the board. When enough people do it and you see enough of the experiences and the similarities and the sameness, you can begin to objectify. In the East, sometimes this pathway we teach here, called the path of sound and light, is actually called the science of the soul. The science of the soul. A spiritual science that scientifically, as we apply the teachings, the directions, that we get a predetermined result. And that if we do it enough, we get that same result over and over. And the more we do it, that result then begins to become more of a reality rather than a subjective perspective or belief or idea, but a living reality now, because we've experienced it over and over and a lot of other people have. And if we do that enough, it begins to literally build and grow what people would call a group consciousness that would begin to affect and have influence on the surroundings and environment. And that, again, that's another area of scientific proven studies. They've had literally groups of monks go into different places where there's high crime rates and do a lot of prayer. And that prayer eventually literally brings the crime rates down. People have done prayer for healing, for other things, and it's literally been measured on very objective scientific levels. So we see there's a result, but yet it's hard to measure what is that energy field, that consciousness that takes place while we do these things and create that meditative state that taps us back into, brings us back into not only the source of life, but the experience of our beingness as that source. As that source. ourselves. Because most of the time, we look at ourselves as separate from. That we are separate from life. That we're participating in life. How many times have you heard, go get a life? Well, I'm living, right? I have a life. I'm alive. Yeah, but you're not doing anything. So you're separate from life. Really? See what I mean? Think about that. The words we use so misrepresent the reality or truth of what's going on. Why would I need to go get a life? I can't. My life is my life. I can't go get your life and take your life. You can't take mine. We have to live our own life. We already have a life. Maybe that's what they mean, there's only one life to live. All of these things that are spoken about, listen, but go beyond your initial interpretation. Begin to look deeper and ask those questions. What does it really mean? Just like the little thing I was playing around with. It'll start opening doors within you. But just like my talk last month, you've got to know the right questions to ask. Ask the deeper questions, not even the right ones. Just start asking deeper questions, and eventually it'll get you to the right questions to open the doors to have the deeper states of truth not only revealed, but again to move into your own personal experience of what that really is. Where you begin to tap into that source of life, but that you begin to realize your oneness with it and as it. Not something separate from, not something that is born and dies, but something that is eternal and ever in that divine presence of life itself. As who we are in our true beingness, as the true self that we may call the soul, or the divine spark of God. That is that living, loving essence of the Lord, made in the likeness of God. Made in the likeness of God. But in truth, never even separate from God. If God is the ocean, and what makes up the ocean but drops of water? And this is how it's often referred to. The beingness of God is often referred to as the ocean of loving, or the ocean of love and mercy. And all the divine sparks are those drops of God's divine beingness that make up the whole ocean. Then how can anything be separate? All those drops are what make up the whole ocean that is God. How was that? Simple words, really. We can think about it, fantasize about it, philosophize about it, have theoretical discussions about it. What does that really all matter? Wouldn't you rather have the experience of what I'm talking about now? Have the experience so that you know for yourself the reality of what this is. There are so many books now, so many authors that spout off all of this. But what good does it do to just keep reading if we're not applying it and living it and gaining our own experience by doing so? That's the key to all of this, is to apply, to gain the experience. And that's what we encourage here, is the application of those keys to the kingdom, to gain the experience. And there's even another one right there, the keys to the kingdom. So you hear me talk about these examples and the questions asked, to open the doors, to open the mind, open the heart, open the whole consciousness, to have experience. But what if it's more than just opening that? Well, let me start here first. What does it take to open something? If there's a closed door and that door is locked, how are we going to open it? Well, most of us go, well, we need a key. You need a key to unlock the door, to open the door, and then to walk through that open door now and have experience on what's on the other side of that door. And that is what we're doing here spiritually. Think about it, even in the Bible here with Jesus and the Apostle Peter. What did Jesus say as he was dying? Peter, to you I give the keys to the kingdom. The keys to the kingdom. What was he talking about? What was he referring to? The keys to the kingdom. Was there like a keychain with all these keys? There's more than one key. He said keys, plural. The keys to the kingdom. Interesting, isn't it? That's where Jim's got all kinds of good stories. When I was a child, and then you would ask those questions and go around seeking the answers and eventually have the inner experience. After you talk to enough people who didn't have the answers, and eventually go inside to get the answers, and through spiritual experience. You're going to hear us reference all these things in here time and time again. But the keys to the kingdom, as many of you know, have been around for a while, but if you're new and joining us, is a primary action that we work with here at Inner Light Ministries. Those keys to the kingdom are also often referred to as the sacred name of God. The Lord's Prayer, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The sacred hallowed name. The keys to the kingdom. Because without those keys, it's kind of hard to open the doors. I'm not saying it's impossible without the keys, but keys definitely make it easier for that rite of passage, so to speak, to open the doors and to walk through. Well, on all these other levels of consciousness, just like we have physical keys and doors here, well, there's all these other levels of consciousness, realms, dimensions, however you want to call it, that there are doorways that literally we walk through, that we fly through, that the soul needs to journey and move through to have experience in those other places. Just like physically, our body moves around to go places, to travel, to have experience. Same thing for the soul. The soul literally is here in the physical body now, using this as a vehicle to travel around to have physical experience. But then the soul also can now move in other vehicles to have experience in other places. Well, Rumi called it, the door is open, the door is round. This doorway right here we call the spiritual eye. Some people call it the third eye. Call it the 10th door, the spiritual door, the seat of the soul. This place here is that first door where we, the soul, need to step through to begin to have now experience, to travel, to journey to other places. And so the first key we use to open this door, to be able to step through, well, you heard even like Jim shared today, the hue or the anahu, a sacred hallowed name of God, often referred to as a spoken name. That as we chant the hue, it is a sound within that name, the frequency, the vibration within that is actually the key that opens the door to give free access for the soul to come and go. Because often it's been referred to as this body is a prison. The soul is held in bondage, is trapped within this physical prison until it is given the keys to liberate it, to open the doors so that it is free now to leave this prison. And so that hue, that sacred name, is that first key to open this door for the soul to begin now to journey beyond this prison and now into another vehicle by which to traverse and have experience, just like we would here physically. And beyond that, there are other keys, the keys to the kingdom. That there are keys for each level of consciousness. There's many levels of consciousness, but there are 5 main ones, realms, that the soul traverses on the spiritual journey, from the physical all the way into the spiritual, and from the spiritual all the way into the physical. You'll hear us in here describe it over and over as the physical, the astral, the causal, the mental, the etheric, and the soul. And then the realms of spirit, of where it's all oneness. But that first step of leaving the physical and into the astral, or what we also call the realm of imagination, we have a key, another name, beyond the hue. And then as we traverse through that, there's another realm, the causal, or the emotional. So we have another key for that. And then as we continue into the mental realm, or the realm of mind, there's a third key. To open that door, just like we open this door, another door to step through into another dimension. And then we have the realm of the unconscious, or what we call the etheric realm. There's a fourth key. And then beyond that, there's another doorway into the first true realm that is of spiritual essence, not of this physical world of time and space. That fifth key, that fifth realm is called the soul realm, the realm that is our true home of the divine spark of God. And where we wake up and experience and know who we are as that living, loving essence of God, the true divine spark, or the child that God created us in God's likeness. So there's 5 keys beyond the physical. The hue's the first step, but then these other 5 keys beyond, from the astral to the causal to the mental, the etheric, and into soul, to truly wake up and know ourselves as that divine essence. We need those keys to the kingdom, those 5 keys to the kingdom that are often referred to as the unspoken name of God, or the keys to the kingdom. You go look in the Hebrew Bible, or more of the first century Christianity and all, you're going to see a lot of references to these keys, or the unspoken name of God, the sacred name of God. That's where it's fun to do some research, but more of that is spiritual rather than all the physical science or psychological science, as I was referring to earlier. But to really begin the spiritual search and the spiritual science that supports the true spiritual journey, because that journey is not one that can be objectified, let alone subjective, as much as I was saying earlier, in the physical sense, but is very objective and scientific because of the reality of it spiritually. But that's a whole other subject matter, to say the least, that it is much harder to find and to research because it is not physical. So it's harder to find the information out there. Well, why? Because it's not an outer journey. It's an inner journey. What have all the saints, the sages, the masters, the teachers over time always said? To find the kingdom of heaven, we must, what? Go within. I always say, go within what? Go into what? Within what? Go within to ourselves. We have to stop looking out here and doing the outer journey. And now just turn around, come back to ourselves and go within to ourselves. That's why in here you'll hear us talk about go in and up. No matter where you are, if your focus is down here, go in wherever your focus is. I'm hungry right now. Okay, so go in to where you're hungry. And then come on up, right here to the seat of the soul that we talk about all the time. Come on up to this door. In and up. And then as we go deeper into meditation, just like Jim guided us in meditation today, even there we go deeper into our consciousness right here. And as we do, that door will open up. As we chant the hue, it's the first key that opens that door. The beginning of the journey into the inner kingdom. So we go in and then up. And we begin to lift up and rise above this physical consciousness as we rise up and step through that doorway into now these other dimensions or frequencies. So we go within, into the spirit, and rise up into higher states of consciousness and awareness, in frequency. The true keys to the kingdom, and those names are about frequency. They are spiritual frequencies. And as we chant them, that frequency within us opens the doors to these higher states of consciousness. It's all sound and light and frequency. The frequency of sound and light together. We have a sacred name that has a sound frequency, and then we have a light that has a light frequency. And it is that light and sound frequency together that picks the locks to open the doors. But that's the fun part of the journey, is practicing this, doing this, walking this. We first have to find the door. That's why when we even talk about meditation here, what do? We give the instructions. Here's the door. So focus here. Here's the key, the hue. Take the key. Here's the door. Now put the key in the door, in the lock, and open it. Hue. Click. Opens up. Oh my God, what's that light on the other side of the door? God, it was so dark in here, but man, as soon as that door opened, there's a bright light. Wow, it's kind of bright right now. Kind of taking a while to get used to that. Where's my sunglasses? Then we do it over and over, and little by little, just like if it's too bright outside, eventually your eyes kind of adjust to it. That's literally what happens even on the spiritual journey. You'd be surprised how much the spiritual journey, a lot of it looks a lot like the physicality here. Very interesting. Big difference, though, when you and yourself can fly through it all without needing a rocket ship or a plane or some other vehicle, but just yourself flying. But that's how simple this is. We describe it, point it out, clarify it step by step. Where the door is, what to do. We share the names. When we talk about initiation in Inner Light Ministries or initiation of the path of sound and light, what that is literally just sharing the other names, the other keys, to open up those other doors of consciousness, just like we used to hear to step out. We share those other names that as you chant those within, it unlocks and opens the other doors, just like the hue does here. So that the soul, who we are, can now continue that journey beyond into higher and higher realms, to have greater spiritual experience beyond the physical and beyond the metaphysical. So many people think that the metaphysical or psychic realms are spiritual. Just to clarify here, in ILM, what we call spiritual is the soul and the Spirit of God, the true spiritual essence that God is, that the soul is what we call spiritual. The other we call physical or metaphysical, that which is of time and space, the physical body, the imagination, the emotions, the mind, the unconscious, subconscious, or as I described those other realms earlier. Those are all the physical dimension of time and space. The great void. God created the heavens and the earth was void and without form. That earth that is void and without form is all this that we call physical or metaphysical. So we've got to walk through all the doors through the metaphysical to go into the spiritual. But truly, all that is spiritual, that is here physically, is us, the soul. That is the spirit that is within the vessel that is physical. So enough of that. Enough of the details of that physicality and the divine spark or living essence in the pot, the jar, the vehicle. On to something else. The sacred name, the keys to the kingdom, the meditation, the spiritual journey, the spiritual walk, the path to sound and light, the loving essence of God, God's grace, the spiritual kingdom, the inner kingdom, that pathway of sound and light. What is all of this? Why are we doing this? Who are we to do this? What's this really all about? Good questions, Brian. And now Jim will answer those. And so will I. I feel like I say the same stuff every class. It's all about experience. There's always the keys to the kingdom. It's all through meditation. It's a spiritual science. What have we missed? Can we describe it a different way? We probably got new people watching us today, so they're probably going, who are these guys? What more could I tell you today? Let me see. I'm not really thinking. I'm just looking like I'm thinking. Freedom of the soul. That's another approach we can take. That is often another reference to this pathway. As I mentioned earlier, that often this body or physical consciousness is referred to as a prison. Another thing it's referred to is as a tomb or a cave in which the soul enters and gives life. I mean, it's so funny because really what we share in here is just pointing out the practicality and the simplicity and ordinariness of what is actually going on in life, as well as what people would call behind it all or through it all. Just think about it, even the body. It is born and it dies. So what is it that gives the body life and takes the life away? Or is it life itself that comes into the body in life itself that leaves the body. So then if that's the case, is there birth and death? Or is there just life in the continuous movement of that life? That is what, and I say attempt a lot here, that is what we attempt to describe, to give voice to focus on. That in hopes the clarity we can give might bring greater understanding, to help the mind open, to help the heart open, to release and open up that which is trapped within it. That soul, who we are, that life essence itself, that is imprisoned through these limitations the mind places, the emotions entangle, the imagination adheres to, and the physical body just closes off. That is, we enter in, and all the doors shut, and everything goes dark, in which we find ourselves imprisoned now within this tomb that is a cave, that there is a stone covering that doorway, that we find it hard to maneuver, to move about because there's no light, or maybe there's a dim light, we find a candle, or maybe not even that. Maybe that even takes time, as we call it, the inner light. But as we, the soul, come into here and begin to move into the greater depths of darkness, where we truly experience that feeling of imprisonment or separation from God, and that essence of loving, and the knowing of who we truly are and our oneness, that's the experience here. That's why it looks and sounds and feels like death as we close off and experience being alone and shut off and shut down from everyone and everything. Because that's really what happens as we come into this physical consciousness. Begins when we come out of the realms of spirit, down into the mind, as we keep descending into the pit of hell, literally descending through the mind, the emotions, the imagination, and finally into a physical body. That descent gets darker and darker, like going to the bottom of an ocean. It's all light at the top, but the deeper you go, the darker it gets. Till you get down to the bottom floor, you need a light to see anything. And so we're just stumbling about, trying to find our way, feeling our way around, hoping we don't die or hurt ourselves at the least, tripping over things. Or in this world, what do? Trying to figure out what I want to do with my life. What's life about? Do I want to get married and have kids? What kind of a career do I want? What do you think all those questions are about? It's actually stumbling our way along the ocean floor of life here in that darkness because of the unknown. We don't know. We don't know because it's dark. And we find ourselves entrapped. I was going to say embalmed. Yeah, eventually we become embalmed too as the body dies. Or shall we say we recycle it and go get a new one? Am I just rambling now? Believe me, we could ramble for hours about all these things. But we'll save some of it for Q&A. But truly, that's a lot of what we experience as a soul as it comes into this creation that literally is referred to as hell, because it really is. As we come out of the realms of spirit into this hell creation, it is of darkness, unknowing, and fear. That darkness and unknowing is fear-based, and that is what keeps us trapped. That is the trap that keeps the soul here. As we go into the darkness, that shuts off our knowing. When we're in the realms of spirit and one with God, it's all knowing. We know our oneness. We know who we are. We know what God is. We know our oneness with God. But as we descend into the greater darkness, become encapsulated in it, we lose sight of that. We forget. So I guess we do become embalmed. And that's where we find ourselves, in that great fear. That fear that entraps and imprisons the soul. The truth of who we are. The soul, on its journey through this creation of darkness and hell. But yet, we look for purpose, for reason, for rhyme, for meaning in it all. What if the meaning really is just having the experience of the journey? And through that experience, we come to greater understanding about this journey here, about this creation that is called the tree of life, or the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It's a tree in the Garden of Eden. God created it. So if God created it, maybe we're meant to go eat of its fruit, to have the experience that comes with that bad apple, with the serpent, the ruler of this kingdom, Lucifer, the Lord of this creation. And maybe in that journey and through the fear, it helps to keep us here so that we can traverse and wander through it, to have experience. Just like there's different levels and depths of the ocean to the ocean floor, and greater levels of darkness and light the higher you go up. Think of even all the creatures in the ocean and how that even changes as you go deeper. Kill or be killed, eat or be eaten. That which runs nature here, fight or flight. And it moves us along on this path of physicality, the journey through this creation, this world. And eventually, as we keep moving through that, well, just like anything, eventually we get bored. We want to have a different experience, so we go on a journey, an adventure to discover, to have a new experience. Why do you think we like traveling so much? To check out new lands, to tour around the world. Why do we find that so exciting or fascinating, enjoyable? Believe it or not, those are outer reflections of what we know spiritually within our soul. Because the soul knows, even though it's forgotten, buried in that unconscious is the soul's knowing that it has come out of the realms of spirit, and that this world is not true or real, but it is just on an experiential journey until the day it is bored or had enough, experienced all that it needed to experience. And when that time comes, there's an inner knowing. And then we begin now the search for the way out. To begin now a different journey, a new journey, a journey of going within, going within to the spirit, rather than out into the world to discover, or to other planets for that matter, the way we're going nowadays. But truly to begin the other journey, to reverse course and to go within. So that we begin now swimming up from the bottom of the ocean and on up to the top where it's lighter. And that's the journey, the inner journey of meditation that I already described with the kingdoms and through the different realms. But I'm just giving a different perspective now. And it's really wonderful because the more we can experience rising up, whether it's underneath the water and you go swim up higher and higher and you see more of the light and you can breathe, where you start to move. When you get your head above water, you can breathe. Or whether we're flying and we can go higher in the sky in this greater expansion and freedom that we feel and experience. Those are all reflections of often the soul's experience of that journey of the return back to that spiritual kingdom. That greater expansiveness and freedom. Because the soul knows it's beginning to now move out of where it's been imprisoned and trapped. There's an inner knowing, and it begins to wake up in excitement as we know we're getting closer to home. Literally, we get homesick. There's a sickness. But that's just how we feel or experience that greater depth of separation. That's why as we lift up higher in spirit on our way home, we begin to feel better. That dis-ease, that sickness begins to drop away. We begin to experience healings. Attachments letting go, karma clearing, lessons learned, freedom. We begin to actually see some light. Whether we're rising up through the ocean or we're finding our way through the cave where we've gone so deep into the cave or the tomb, we're now getting closer to the door. So we begin to see the light coming in. That's out here, that light of spirit now, as it begins to shine within our consciousness. That we can actually begin to see our way, to see where we're stepping. Where before we were tripping and falling around because it was so dark. But now, that light as it comes in the door, we can begin to see where to step. So we don't trip so much. I say so much because if we're not looking where we're stepping, we still can trip. The nice thing is now, even when we trip and fall, we know we can pick ourselves back up and we can see the direction to go. As they always say, whoever they are, go towards the light. Go towards the light. So whether we're deep down in the tomb in the cave and we're just rising up to the first door, the light of spirit is shining in. And as soon as we begin to detect it or see it, a part of us just lights up, gets excited. Because we know. We begin to taste and tap into that sense of freedom that comes with that light of spirit. That's the beginning of the soul waking up. Waking up. And as that light begins to wake up, we sense and know that greater freedom. And then we begin to have an inner awareness that motivates us, enthuses us more and more, where now we begin to walk faster towards that door. Maybe even begin to run towards that door. Because we know with the sense of excitement that through that door is our freedom. Where we've been feeling so alone and separate and afraid, that we feel the freedom, the joy as we run towards that light that we see shining in through that door. And then we stop. And then we begin to question. Sometimes we even get afraid of that light because we've gotten so habitualized and used to living in the darkness. We're not sure what's on the other side of that door. is that light a good light? Is that a light of loving and freedom like it feels like? But how can I trust the feelings? Because I've trusted things before and I've gotten hurt. It turned out bad. I had a bad experience. I got my heart broken. And there and now, those entanglements or attachments of the past start pulling us back. We're right there at the light, it starts to pull us back. Because of the doubt, the fear, can we trust it? Am I going to get hurt again, get my heart broken again? Or can I actually step through the door and into that light and trust that it is going to be good? So then we take another step. We go, well, it feels good, I think it's good, it looks good, but maybe I'll take baby steps. That's a big one nowadays, right? Baby steps. I guess too many people ran and tripped and hurt themselves. That's why I guess we're doing baby steps now. I used to just run for it and go for it. When did baby steps ever show up? Maybe enough people did that they maybe ran into the wall or ran into something and got hurt. So they started doing baby steps so they wouldn't hurt themselves. Well, that's not a bad idea. See, I ask questions like that. I go, why do people say baby steps? That's only been more recent. The last few years I started hearing about baby steps. But nonetheless, we're walking or running or little baby steps in the right direction. We do it in such a way that we feel safe, that we can test things out to build that trust, to have faith in our own inner experience and awareness of what seems uplifting and freeing and joyful and loving. And so we just move little by little towards that light until we get to this door now. And then we stop, we pause. And we realize, as we look around and look behind us, the journey we've taken just to get here. And then from here, we actually see the light that is shining in, and we can see all this stuff. Now, this trail that we've walked through in our consciousness, and we see that it was a trail up a mountain, and that we are now at the top of a mountain. Just as Moses went up to the top of the mountain, saw the burning bush, that light of spirit. We see we're at the top of a mountain, and what a journey it's been just to get there. And a part of us feels relieved and good because we've gotten this far. We've empowered ourselves. We believe in ourselves now. We feel good about ourselves. Maybe we've learned some self-love and acceptance and forgiveness. But then all of a sudden we realize, I'm at the top of the mountain. I made it. So two things. Either ego goes, I made it. I'm everything. I'm God now. And then we turn around and go back down the mountain to preach to everybody. We all know people like that, if we're not that person ourselves. Or we go, been there, done that. What's beyond this? But one problem. I'm at the top of the mountain. There's nowhere else to go. There's just all the sky, and the sun's way up there. So where's there to go now? I've walked the journey to the top of the mountain, but I can't walk through the sky into space or towards the sun. So what do I do? Well, have you heard of the phrase, when the student is ready, the teacher appears? Well, that teacher that appears is that great tour guide that we often call the radiant form or the spiritual teacher, that God sends as a messenger of the Holy Spirit to now assist that soul for the next adventure, the next stage of the journey, to be able to now step through the door and beyond the mountaintop, because that requires flight. So we need a vessel, a vehicle, a way, a means by which to take flight, to fly beyond the top of the mountain. And that point is also the point now where when we are at that point and we are ready, that God and God's Holy Spirit will truly bring us that great tour guide, I like to say sometimes, the spiritual teacher that'll meet us right here at the top of the mountain. Just like when Moses came to the top of the mountain and there was the burning bush and the voice of God speaking with Moses. There it is where God meets us as the Holy Spirit in that radiant form of a spiritual teacher that says, "Come now, follow me. I can take you now." And therein we receive that initiation, are given those sacred names. And therein also is where now that grace, that action of the Holy Spirit, as Rumi called it, the river of loving, or as we call it here, the path of sound and light, through that sacred name, the sound current, and that light of the Holy Spirit is an avenue in which the spiritual teacher has come to you, and by which now, as you are, in a sense, retrieved, that you can now begin to step out and into that current of loving, by which now that current can take you, the soul, from the top of the mountain and fly you through the sky towards the sun. Because it is through that sun that is a ray of light that comes right here to the seat of your soul to meet you. That is the radiant form of the Holy Spirit that meets you right here. That when you are ready to take that step, that ain't a baby step. That's the next big step, or what's often referred to as the leap of faith, where you're literally jumping off that mountain. So that now the grace of God or the Holy Spirit can now take you from there and now begin to carry you back to the origin, that sun, where you now begin to fly, and that grace of God through the radiant form will carry you into the sun. That is the beginning of the merging now into God, that essence of God. And through now that next doorway into the next realm, where there's another sun, in the next realm where there's another sun, until you go through all these realms that I described earlier, until you're in that soul realm, where that sun is, that we merge into now, and begin to really know that full truth of that essence of God, of who we are and where we've come from. And that's the greater journey of the liberation of the soul that truly we speak of and practice here in Inner Light Ministries. And it is an experiential journey. We are not a religion that preaches or converts or evangelizes. That's not what we do here. We simply share about the experiential pathway and process by which to participate with that, to have the true spiritual experience for our soul's awakening and liberation, to know that truth of who we are and where we've come from and where we are going. And it is that journey that we are solely focused on here in Inner Light Ministries. Oh, we talk about all kinds of things, but it always comes around to this focus of soul liberation that we speak of in many different ways, just like I'm doing today. And we'll continue that as long as we live and whoever lives beyond us. Physically, I'm talking. As we know, life is eternal. So I just looked at the clock and realized I've been going for a while. As we said, it's easy to keep on going. But with that, I am going to go ahead and give Jim the opportunity to share.
Well, where do I start? I know for myself, my journey began as a child, and I knew that there was a greater truth inside of me, but I didn't necessarily know how to access it and how to understand it. And I think that's true for all of us. We know that there's a greater truth of who we are, and we know a greater truth, that there's a greater truth out there about all of creation. But it's how do we access it? And I began going inside in prayer and asking God for understanding and clarity. But I also began going outside of myself and asking others what they thought was the truth, what they thought was true, what they thought and knew to be the spiritual and the inner pathway. And I heard a lot of different responses. I got even a lot of questions from people about why was I asking that? Why was I even interested in that? Why was I thinking in that way? And then I realized that they were asking those questions because they themselves didn't have an answer, and they were trying to distract me from looking from them for an answer. But I just kept looking. I began talking with more and more people, mostly adults, but sometimes I would even talk to teenagers and children more my age, which I found really they were not interested in. They had not even gone into those kind of thoughts or wanderings. And then as I grew up, going into my teens and into my early 20s, I found a lot of people would share with me a lot of different philosophy, a lot of different thought, a lot of different beliefs. And I found real quick a way to find out if this was a truth or not. And I would say to them, what is your experience of all that you just shared with me? And for the most part, people didn't really have an experience. They just took the words that somebody else had spoken or written as truth and tried to live it to the best of their ability. But when I asked them, well, what is your experience of it? What is your truth in that experience? They didn't have that. They just had what they believed was true because somebody else said it was true. And so I began realizing that I needed to find people that really were living a truth like I was longing to live. So I began to go and talk to ministers of different churches, to a rabbi at a synagogue, at different priests at different Catholic churches. And I began to ask them, how did they find their truth? And for some, it was pretty much the same as I had just described. They went to seminary, they went to get their education, they learn from the books, and they teach from the books. And it isn't necessarily about personal experience to them, it's about what other people of greater wisdom than theirs had said to be true, and it was for them to teach that which they said. But I did find in two people, a priest and a rabbi, someone who was living their truth in it all. The rabbi had said he had gone and learned to be a rabbi. And at first, he was doing just what I had described. He was learning the knowledge, and he was memorizing the knowledge, and he could spout it off just regally and royally to people and made it all sound very believable. But he said, I was very fortunate. I had a very good teacher who saw right through me and realized I was smart, but I wasn't experienced. And so the teacher began to pull apart all that I could ramble about, different philosophies, different teachings within the Jewish faith. And he began to unravel my story and my truth that I proclaimed. And I realized I didn't have a truth of my own. And he said I began a journey at that point. And I didn't know where to go. I didn't know who to ask, because everybody had been around at the university and school learning to be a rabbi. They were all the same. I had learned from them because that's how they taught. I learned from them and became like them. And all of a sudden I realized there was a hollowness to it. It wasn't full. It was more empty in what I was saying. And it was more empty in what these people around me proclaimed. And all of a sudden he said I wanted a greater truth that filled me up. So he began to look around, and he did very much what I had been doing, going around and talking to ministers, talking to other rabbis, and talking to different priests at Catholic churches, trying to find out what was their truth, and how did they find it, and how were they living that. And he learned, just like I had said before, that most of them had learned how to spout off what was in the books and make it their own in their own way verbally, but not in their own way in truth, in experience. And he said, it was very interesting. I went up to Chicago, and I was with a friend, and his wife that he had just married was Islam or Muslim. And they invited me to go to services so that he could witness how they worshiped. And afterward he went and he talked to the teacher, the muaddin, at the mosque. And he sat there with his friends, and he began to ask certain questions. And the muaddin said, I can spout out all kinds of things from the Quran and other books of Sufis and so on. I know them well. But I found that I too was living in emptiness and sharing an emptiness in my words. So I left my teachings for a while, and I began to search for a new way. And he said he found a mystic, an Islamic mystic in the Sufi tradition, who began to show him something different. And he began to practice their meditation and their dance of the whirling dervish. And he said it was in those experiences that I got beyond my words and beyond the words that I had learned. And it is in those experiences that I began to realize and really see and know and feel and experience something beyond this world in these words that I had spoken so well. And so I got a key from that, and that was that the truth is everywhere. It isn't in Judaism, it isn't in Christianity, it is found everywhere if we will just search long enough to find it. Just as this rabbi put it out inside of himself, and he ended up finding it in the Islamic faith, not in the Jewish and not in the Christian. And so he began to share with me about looking to other practices, looking to find other ways by which to finally go inside and find the truth for myself. Well, then I looked at my life and I looked at my practice that I had been doing for years, which was prayer and meditation inside myself, and realized I've been doing it. But I haven't really been paying attention and trusting it and believing it to the fullest. And I began to do so. And that's where I began to see that the meditation really was a pathway for me to walk. And the walking was inside of myself, not outside, but inside in the realms of spirit. And as I began to truly walk these different places inside of myself, I began to discover my loving and my joy and my peace. I began to discover who I am as a soul. And I began to discover the greater truth of God and God's existence in my life and in all of things. And that's what this pathway is really all about. It isn't about reading books. It isn't about getting book knowledge. It isn't about learning the words. What does this word really mean? What does this word really mean? What is this definition? It's about your experience. It's about you going inside yourself and letting go of the outer, letting go of the world, letting go of who you think you are, and just being. And in that beingness, you will find the greater truth of who you are and where you came from and where it is you're going. The truth is inside of you. That which you are longing for, that you need to have in your life, is inside of you right now. It's not out in the world. You're not going to walk out there and keep looking and looking and looking and all of a sudden go, wow, there it is. And be joyful and happy and fulfilled in your life. But you will be if you walk the inner journey. Inside, you will find the love of your life. Inside, you will find the peace that you long for. Inside, you will find the fulfillment of being at one in the loving and in God that you so long for in the world. And you chase after trying to find it in another person, in another job, or wherever it is you look to find it in the world. And all of a sudden, even though you still live in a world of separation and aloneness, you will not be separate or alone anymore, because you will have found the truth of truths inside of yourself. And there is a truth of truths. You will find out that you are a living spirit, a living soul, and that soul is the loving that you are longing for. You are longing to be filled with the loving that is inside of your soul and move into that greater oneness where the loving leads you back into the fullness of knowing God inside of you. God dwells within you, right here at the seat of the soul, in that divine spark or that divine essence, that divine drop of the living, loving ocean that is God. And when we begin to discover that for ourselves, and we begin to live into that, we find the fulfillment that we have been searching for so long. How many times in our childhood did we cry out, feeling scared, feeling alone, feeling unloved, feeling separated from everything and everyone, and just cried out for the oneness and for the loving and for the union once again back from which we came from? We as a child knew that there was something greater than this world had to offer. And we realized we were living in a world that could not give us what we really wanted. We knew it right away, at least for the most part, for most of us. I know I did, and I know others who can say the same thing. But on this pathway of light and sound, of meditating upon the sacred name, and going inside and opening ourselves to experience that which is beyond earthly experience, you will begin to understand the greater truth, the truth that cannot be found in books, the truth that cannot be spoken, but the truth that can be experienced. That truth is you living in the oneness of loving, of God, and finding that greater peace inside of you, that peace that truly will answer all things. You are a soul. You are not this body. You are spirit. You are not of this world. This world is the world of the material. You are of the spirit. You are in the body right now to experience this physical world and this separation that this world offers us so well. But you are of spirit, and that spirit is of oneness and of loving. And that is what you are truly longing for if you will just pay attention and find out for yourself what it is you are looking for. And maybe that's not what you're looking for at all. Maybe you're looking for that new car. Maybe you're looking for the new mate in your life. Maybe you're looking for the new pet in your life. Maybe you're looking for the new career in your life. And if that's it, go for it. Go and chase it down, get it, have it in your life. And if you find the fulfillment in your life through that, that's great. But if you don't, I know that there's yet a greater fulfillment for you. That fulfillment of knowing yourself as a loving being of God. I've always said from my early childhood that I am a living, loving essence of the Lord. And I knew that, and I know that now. I am truly the living, loving essence of the Lord. And as long as I keep looking to that and living into that and being that, I am more than joyful. I am more than happy. I am more than at peace. And I am more in the loving of the truth of who I am. And I know that is true for all of us. So I just say, go find your truth. Go search it out for yourself. Maybe you'll find something in the world that will offer it to you for a while. But ultimately, I know that the greatest truth of all lies within. Go within. Spend time every day in prayer, talking to God, asking of God, sharing with God, and in meditation, just being still and see what reveals itself to you. In the stillness is it all. In the quiet, you will find the truth for yourself. Look to the inner light, listen to the inner sound, for the inner light will lead the way. Where maybe at this time you don't see the inner pathway, you will when the inner light begins to show itself. And that inner sound will ever be calling you home, be calling you back into the place where you came from and where ultimately you will return. So look for that light and listen for that inner sound and find that pathway for you to walk into the eternal, into the true. This world is false, but the Spirit is true. That I know for sure. All right. Well, thank you. I know that was short and sweet, but I hope it gave you some insight. So we're going to take a break now before we go into question and answers. So we're going to take about a 30-minute break. And so we'll be back, I
We'll
guess.
just say 4 o'clock.
Okay, we'll be back at 4 o'clock, about 35 minutes from now. So just stay close at hand and know that we'll be back online here in about 35 minutes, sharing anything with you that you ask and question and answers. We ask that if you'll keep it more focused to the spiritual journey, meditation, dreams, and such, we'll appreciate that because we can really cover the subject matter more that we want to cover. We're not here to help you figure out about your perfect mate or the next car to buy or anything like that. We're here to help you with your inner journey. So thank you. And we'll see you about 4 o'clock.
Yeah. And
Our
if you have
time.
have a question,
Whatever time.
Yeah. And again, if you have a question, just write it into info@ilm.org. And in just a moment, when we break here, you'll see on your screen, it'll give you all the information and the email address to write into. And if you're, it doesn't matter which platform you're watching on, if you're on our website or if you're on Facebook or YouTube or any of them, still just write into that email address no matter where you're watching from. And just so you don't know, those of you that are on other social media channels, we are not on the chat lines or any of that, so we cannot communicate and do the chats whether you're on Facebook or YouTube or any of that. So please do be aware and use the email to write in your questions. Thank you so much. We'll see you in just a little while.
Okay, this is Kelsey testing her mic.
This is Jim testing hand mic. Oh, my mic.
Really? And this is Brian doing a sound check. So, do you want to go ahead and open the viewer or no?
They have this slide up. Yes, I can open it. No one will see us anyway.
And there's Amma doing her sound check. Meow.
You could maybe just let people know we're doing a sound check and we'll be started in a minute. My mic's not on.
Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody. We're doing a sound check just to make sure our levels are all right. And we'll be getting started here in just a minute or two.
What's the verdict?
Okay, I think Brian and Jen sound okay. Test yours one more time because you're still high.
Okay, this is Kelsey testing her mic one more time. Testing my mic. I think I was louder than normal. When I read, I'm not going to be that loud.
Technology, isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, I tested my mic. Just wait a sec. It's way too hot. I am like sweating.
Okay, yeah, yours is better than it was, so yeah, we're good.
Good.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, my voice might fluctuate, you know, so I might be loud and then soft and, right?
You're gonna go ahead and take this one.
Yes, you can take the slide down. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Alrighty, enjoy. Bye. Okay, I'm gonna start recording as of now.
Okay. And we are back. Hooray. All these buttons that have to be pushed and lights that have to be on and
I know it's changed. It used to be me pushing everybody's buttons. Now it's just Kelsey pushing all the broadcasting equipment buttons.
you still push a few buttons.
Yeah. I tried to.
You don't even have to try.
Should we start with you?
Yeah, really.
So if you're online, we're just finishing all of our sound checks and everything else. We're just about ready. And Kelsey's got to get settled in and focused. We'll be doing Q&A here in just a moment. Hope everybody had a good break. We're ready for round 2 here. Well, I guess it'd be round 3 if y'all
Did the
joined in the
meditation.
meditation in the morning.
Yeah.
So that's nice, doing the morning meditations. And also we have Amma, Kelsey's cat, that's going through the room. If you hear me out anytime, that's meow.
Oh, don't get her started.
So, yeah, it's pretty hot over here today, boy. And again, just as a reminder, if you didn't hear me before we got off or if you just got on, but if you are watching our broadcast through one of the social media channels like YouTube or Facebook, please be aware that we are not on the chat system. So do not use the chat system. We won't be seeing it. We're not on it. So please just, if you have a question and you want to interact, please write to us at info@ilm.org. And Kelsey's going to be reading the questions to us, and Jim and I will answer whatever questions come in that she reads. We should have a little thing there. One moment, please. We shouldn't call it technical difficulties, so. We should call it remembering to push all the buttons
Yeah.
and checking all the technology. There really is a lot of steps, so.
Okay. All the steps have been taken. Can I make a quick announcement, though?
Yeah.
I forgot in the beginning, and somebody actually emailed about it. And it does pertain to anybody that had wanted to come to the Texas retreat in November. I've been getting a few emails about it from people even in other states. So as of now, the venue is going to cross that bridge when we get to it, was their exact words. We probably won't hear anything come until October. If the venue will decide that it is inoperable because of COVID, the coronavirus. So I apologize to everybody, but they will not give us a definitive answer until October. So October 1st, I'm going to get on the horn and ask again. I asked, actually Brian and I asked back in June, and that was what they had said. So we've paid too much money at this point to just cancel and lose the money, so we can't do that. We have to wait until they give us the final say if they're holding the retreat or not.
Yeah, and we'll try to talk with them to see if we can't even postpone it to maybe next spring again, but they've already stretched it, and we don't know if that's possible or not. So if you're wondering that question, we're working on it, and right now we'll be getting back to everybody on that as well. But right now, I think they're just trying to make ends meet so they don't close their doors. So just so everybody knows that, that's why we're kind of caught in the middle of it all right now, just like a lot of people are. So just be patient. I know it's a short term if it is a go-ahead, but even if it is, we may elect not to do it just because, depending on the state of affairs at the time. We'll just see. As I said, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but I think we're on the bridge right now. We're in the process of crossing it, but we don't have an answer yet as far as for everybody's concerned whether we're going to actually hold it or not. But we'll let you know as soon as we do. We'll send out an email as well as just announce it on the broadcast here.
Yeah, and just so you all know, we need to know just as much as you need to know for our planning. So I was actually disappointed that they didn't just say, yeah, let's just cancel the rest of the year. So I am too chomping at the bit to get that information, and as soon as I do, I will let everybody know worldwide. So thank you for writing in and asking. Now we'll go into
That's the first question?
Q&A. I guess that was the first question. I mean, it had to do with retreat, which is waking up to God, so.
Would you mind actually turning on the speaker?
Oh, yeah, I wondered why I couldn't hear myself. Beyond myself. Thank you. Okay.
Cool.
There we
Better?
Great.
Yeah. Much better.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Much better in the room. All right, 2 questions. Brian, what is me, myself, and I in the inner kingdom from the monthly focus?
Jim, what is me, myself, and I? Regardless if it's from the monthly focus or any time or just
Yeah.
life in general.
Well, me is the body self, often called the basic self or the child self. And it is that part of us that is instinctual in nature, and it kind of keeps the body going. But it's also that part of us that connects the child in us into the world. And it's that part of us that will, at that level, long for affection and loving and different things like that. the myself is the conscious self. And it's that adult, more of the adult part of us that thinks and observes and evaluates and takes in information at that level of the conscious self, of the more the adult. And then the I is the soul and the higher self. And it's about connecting all these parts of ourselves, the me, myself, and I, together to where they're all working in harmony and oneness, and each part of ourselves is playing its role. Because the basic self, or for me, is that part of us that's playful and adventurous and likes things in the world, and will get us to do exercise or get us to do parties or whatever. And the myself is that part of us that helps us to survive in this world and make our way through the world. And when they're all connected together, they all work in harmony, and we feel at peace, we find our truth, and we begin to live it in a more full and complete way.
Did you like my answer?
Yeah, I always answer things for Brian's questions.
And then when somebody asks a question for Jim, I'll answer it.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. What was the second?
Sorry, I'm troubleshooting somebody. Hold on.
Oh,
Somebody's trouble and you're shooting them?
If only I had more hands. Okay. Second question. I meditate 2.5 hours most days. I do the LAF and the Laugh Toolbox meditation and everything I can think of to be comfortable in my body. My body seems to be in revolt, no matter what I do these days. What do you two do when your body is not cooperating? I am in gratitude for both of you for the loving support that you give to us.
well, when my body is in revolt, and sometimes it's the body, sometimes it's the emotions, sometimes it's the mind, I will, sometimes I'll get up and I'll go do something different than just try to sit and meditate if I really can't work my way through it. But usually, if I'll sit and just keep refocusing on the chanting or refocusing on loving God, I can work my way through it. I can rise up above it very quickly now compared to what I used to and move on. And that's the key, is to move up. Keep bringing your focus back up here to the seat of the soul and move up above the mind, the emotions, and all of that of the body. And then you can move easier. It's when we keep looking down and get caught up in the stir of the emotions or the wants of the body that we get lost in it, and it takes us down. But sometimes if it's just too noisy in that way, then I'll get up and I'll go read a little bit, or I'll get online and look at a couple of emails, or I'll go watch a little bit of TV or something and just get my mind off of whatever that was a distraction. And then I'll sit back down and meditate, and I find I can get here pretty easily. And then I just have to keep my focus here so that this other doesn't start running again and take over. How about you?
That sounds good.
See, I told you I answer things for him.
It's just how it is today, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure.
Dear Jim and Brian, this is a sharing from my meditation today. I woke up in meditation to a strong tension around my forehead at the place of soul. My mind tried to ask a question, but I left it behind, saying, "Not now." Then I moved up and popped through an opening into a wonderful, spacious, loving place, surrounded by a high sound current coming from all sides towards me. I felt the presence of Jim, and I told him I loved him, and he loved me back. Thank you for letting me share. Much loving.
Well, that's not so much a question as a sharing. And you're just waking up into some of the higher places inside of yourself and beginning to really familiarize yourself with your soul and how to move in that soul body or that quality. And just be in the presence of it. Don't try to figure it out. Don't figure out the sound currents that you're hearing. Don't try to figure out anything. And that's apparently what you did not do, is try to figure it out. And that's the way to do it, is just be present, be in the experience, and see where it wants to take you. That's the way to do it.
I would say that you actually did figure out how to actually do this.
Yeah.
Very well put. You have to let go of the questions and just go with spirit. And that's literally what we mean when we say let go of the mind, emotions, imagination, and body, so that you can now move into those higher states of consciousness and awareness. We cannot move in those higher places until we're willing to let go. That's why the whole phrase, let go and let God. So, again, just like I was sharing earlier about the empirical evidence, and this is experiential, that's a great example of what I just talked about today. You start to learn the keys, besides the ones we use for opening the doors, the other keys or principles or techniques is what we're talking about now, of how to be able to do that. Because the door can be open, but if we don't let go of what we're holding on to, we're not able to move forward and go through that door. And there you go. I mean, you keep doing that. Once you see how this works, you just repeat it over and over. And just like you did in that experience, you just keep doing it, and you'll keep going into literally higher states of awakening continuously. It's just being able to do it. I wish we could do that every time we meditate. I just know sometimes it's hard to literally let go of the mind and its questions. But when you get those opportunities, you take them as much as you can. If you could do it every meditation, then do it. Because that's the result.
Hello, Kelsey. This email is my homework assignment from last Q&A. Brian assigned looking into the meaning of traffic cones and all the references to the left. The first part is the original email, and this is followed by my response. Brian may want to read the original email to refresh their memory for the people that did not hear it last time. Start of homework. Dear...
What's the question?
Well, I think this person, you had said look to what the meaning of the traffic cones are for you and what the references of going left mean from last class. So this person's saying they did that, and now they're going to give their meaning or interpretation of what they reflected on with all this symbolism.
That'd be good.
Cool.
Okay, so again, dear Jim and Brian, during the broadcast Q&A, I asked about an experience with traffic cones. Brian asked me to consider the symbolism in this experience. Here's my version of these. Traffic cones. These are devices or warnings that help direct one away from potential harm. They can be placed by someone else or even yourself. In particular, they encourage slight modifications of one's path. Traffic cones are not like a detour directing one of a completely different path, which will converge to the original path. Traffic cones push one over slightly, but allow one to remain very close to the original path. Choosing the small familiar store instead of the big box store. Big box stores represent a place where many diverse people go. Things are cheaper and low quality. there is a lot of chaos and many people that emanate disturbance. Also, because of the size of the store, it can take quite a bit of time to find what one is trying to purchase. Turns to the left. Usually the left side is associated with the physical realm. Turning to the left would then indicate moving to the physical. This is not necessarily bad, but may indicate something in the physical that may need to be addressed. The store was down the hill from the traffic light where I turned left. Moving towards the physical is the interpretation. Turned right into the parking lot. The right side is usually the spiritual side. Parking to the left of the door. I choose the left side because the parking spots were easier to get to. The spots on the right side were in shadows and there was a lot of stuff laying around. Also, parking to the left of the door allowed me to move to the right to enter the door. Taking helmet off so I could see better. Removing layers of self-protection I was using, allowing myself to be more exposed or vulnerable. Since this action let me realize I was meditating, it may have only been a symbol used for communication from soul to mind. Asking the clerk for help finding the traffic cones. Realizing that I could not find them myself, I was asking for guidance. Still not finding the traffic cones. I was not following the instructions given to me. Thank you, Jim and Brian.
Very good.
Yeah.
I think you've got a pretty clear understanding of what the symbols are and what they mean. It sounds like you are really beginning to understand more about your inner self and how that all works. And the way you reference back right and left, that's really true. We just have to keep paying attention. We don't really want to go to the left if we don't have to, because it's easier for us to slip into the old patterns, old ways, old thoughts, where if we keep going to the right, we keep discovering the newness of ourselves and the true of ourselves.
And just like you interpreted, going to the left did have to deal with physical things that you were working out. That's why it's not bad or good. It's just sometimes we need to go into those areas to work out the karmic lesson, and then when we're complete and have learned through our experience, then we're able to go to the right, like Jim's saying. So that's where it's good to acknowledge that either way it's not bad. It's just realizing that there's always something there to learn in all that. And that's what the journey's about anyway, is just learning. And because I know how many times I've known to go to the right or forward or upwards towards spirit, and man, something else pulled me not in that direction, so I didn't have any control. And then I found myself just having to go through experience. And that's where I realized, though, just going through the experience was getting the karma done. So when you have inner experience, whether in a dream state or out of body or however, literally it's the Holy Spirit, especially if you're initiated, it is literally carrying you through all these experiences so that your soul really fulfills the journey that it's here to experience. That's why we don't want to look at anything as bad or evil or you're doing anything wrong. There's really, truly never such a thing as doing anything wrong. There's just not. It's all about learning. And we will go and do things over and over and over and over because that's how we learn. This world will tell us we're doing it wrong. But it doesn't matter what the world says. We need to learn how things are spiritually. Repetition is how we learn. World will judge that. The soul just goes through it and does it because that's the way it works. Better to learn how the way things work and let go of how the world looks at it as judgment and wrongness and fear.
Dear Jim and Brian, I am from Indonesia. Many things have happened on my spiritual journey since receiving initiation. There is one thing about the experience that I remember. After finishing midnight meditation, I went to sleep, but I realized that I was not asleep. I was carried away by a stream of sound somewhere. The environment that I see is like the sky and the objects around it. All golden, and the objects around it, all golden yellow. The voice within me, the voice with me showed me a miniature figure from the past, more precisely like a small gold statue. I know there are dozens of gold statues. The voice pointed to the first statue and said, "You are no longer like them." And I asked, "Who are they?" The voice spoke names. I do not remember all the names mentioned. Only one name I remember, and that is the name of the first statue. Eleazar.
Eleazar?
Eleazar. I know that name is the high priest written in the scriptures. I looked at the figure and saw a strong and brave face, a nose that was bent and slightly bent, a neat beard and sharp eyes. The voice let me observe each golden statue, and I finally woke up. My question is, what is the meaning of my experience mentioned above? Much love.
The statues are showing parts of yourself, ideas, beliefs, feelings, and helping you to begin to realize that these are no longer a part of you. And so you're observing them outside of yourself, but they're not in you anymore. And it's letting you know you have been these things, you have done these things, and you've released them now to move on beyond them. And they're gold because now they're wisdom. Gold represents the inner wisdom. And so you've made them into your wisdom. These are the wisdoms of your truth, of your journey, of your life experience that serve you, but no longer are really a part of you in the way that they can hold you back in the world.
There's a lot that could be said about that, but one thing I really want to say is that that's a real spiritual experience. Those are the really wonderful ones. I wish that would happen regularly for everybody. And here's one of the blessings too. When we actually have the spiritual experience, it does not matter if we actually understand it or comprehend it mentally. Does not matter. I want to say that right off because I know a lot of times when we have these, we'll try to figure it out, and the mind will make us believe that we have to figure it out in order to get it, to somehow get it. In other words, to spiritually wake up and get liberated. That is not the case. All we have to do is have experience. Everything we're experiencing, especially on this path to sun and light, is the grace of God literally carrying us through it all to complete it. Just like Jim just said, that was a completion, and the gold represents the wisdom that is coming out of the completion of that experience. And it's so funny, and I love that you said you don't remember the names of these other things. That is a good example of the wisdom of the soul is beyond, or the mind can't really comprehend. You may be able to remember like the one you did, which is nice, because to me the one you did remember is a good symbol of what that represents, the high priest and Eleazar. To me, that is letting you know for the mind's sake that that is the wisdom of spirit. Because to me, that's what that would symbolize. And that's a great one for the mind to know. That's all you needed to know on this level. And that's the symbol of what the spiritual action is really the wisdom of that spiritual experience. And to know that you are really walking this pathway. In other words, the initiation really is working. You've really now received it. You've stepped forward. You've honored it. And in doing so, by doing the meditation, is how we honor our initiation. And by the grace of God, literally, through the spiritual teacher, the radiant form, is literally what carries us through all these things. Whether you see Jim or I, it doesn't matter. The Holy Spirit is the Holy Spirit. If you see it as white and gold, or as the purple or blue, or you don't see anything, Because I've had so many experiences with the Holy Spirit where I hear a voice or there's nothing there, but I'm aware of a divine presence. But when I look around, it's clear, like air. We can see through air, but yet we have to have air to breathe and live physically. That is what the Holy Spirit is for the soul. Because in a lot of instances, we can't see it, but we can see through it at all these other objects and things. But yet it is that very divine presence that gives us life. And that's all that this is built upon, that everything exists within. And all these other things are literally the things the soul is going to traverse through to have its experience, and then the wisdom of that comes forward. And this is all part of the spiritual journey of awakening. That awakening and returning back into the spiritual realms, we've got to now complete and learn the lessons in the physical realms. And that's just a wonderful example. And I want to, that's a direct experience. That's just, those are the ones that get me excited, if you can't tell. That's the stuff I live for, literally. That's what motivated me from day one and does to this day. And just like I'm grateful for my experience, I'm so grateful when any of the disciples have an experience that is that true. Because that's liberating, to say the least. So thank you. It's nice to hear, to say. I could go on and on. I get enthused when there's nice experiences like that. So.
Well, also, it was the sound that was leading the way. So that's really what it's about.
Yeah.
It's the path of light and sound. And that's great that you're hearing it. That's the still small voice of God, in a sense, that sound. And it's the sounds of the realms. It's the sound of God. It's just the sound of the loving moving.
That's why we could see now Jim's going on. We could go on and on, because that to me, it's sharings like this where we could really give greater discourse that we would do in initiates meetings for sure.
No, yeah.
So.
During my meditation today, I was flying. The first time I was consciously aware of it.
Nice.
But then
I got to say right there, I'm going to interrupt. That is fantastic right there. That flying is letting you know a level of freedom, and the fact this is your first time and you're having it. Everything is based on experience. Just that experience alone, you know how real this is now, and that is key. All it takes is one experience to know how real it is, and it's exhilarating just flying. So that's excellent right there. So please go ahead and continue, but I just want to, this is wonderful to hear. It's just, I know everybody wants to have these experiences, but this is why it's so important to hang in there and really be devoted and dedicated to the meditation practice. Because there will be the day that everybody will have that at one point or another. Just a matter when.
But then as soon as I was consciously aware, it went away. I was bummed.
I know, I know it sucks. That happens so much.
I wanted to keep flying. This happens often in my spiritual experience. I'll become aware of an experience in my meditation and poof, it's gone.
Yeah.
Another experience, I was walking down a trail and I thought, why am I walking down? Like I was going the wrong way. So my question is, how do I stay with it? Is this how quick experiences are when in the spiritual? Loving to all.
Yes, and I'm going to expand or expound on things. And again, this is just coming from my own experience over the years of all this, that I have found, even to this day, sometimes, it's not as much now, but in the beginning, definitely the first many years, I would find myself having short experiences like you're describing. But what I found is each time I would have that, it would awaken me to something more and something higher. So even though the experience may be shorter stop, two things. One, you're having experience and growing and getting free. That is key. That's like the best part. And as well as that, every time I found part of the reason, let's say part, because not always, part of the reason I'd pop back, because as soon as I became fully conscious, some part of me would get excited and then try to do something more. And in trying to do something is when that ego or mind element would engage and pull me right back. So part of beginning to move beyond the short experience and coming back so quick is learning to just relax. So as you become aware in your experience and where you'd normally pop back, soon as you start to become aware, just relax and see if you can let it just continue unfolding. And for real, the more you practice this, the more you'll find it actually start to open up and unfold. And I'd love to hear back from you when you have that experience, because I guarantee if you practice it, it'll happen. And you will remember what I'm telling you now, even if you're out of body and in that experience. That's a cool thing. These things carry over like that. The other part of that is, just like I was sharing earlier, that is by the grace of God that we go, literally. That when you get out of body or you begin to find the door open and you find yourself traveling like that, whether you're in body or out of body, it doesn't matter. It's the movement. It is that spiritual movement that your consciousness is traveling through these realms, whether you're viewing it from here or out in it. It's still the same exact thing, that movement. Just like you hear Jim over the years, more seated here and viewing and experiencing, where I tend to pop out of body and do it, but yet it's exactly the same thing that we're experiencing. I just say the word out of body a lot because that's more my experience. But don't get hung up on that. And that's why I'm taking the time to explain that right now. Because we'll experience things maybe a little different like Jim and I do, but Jim will go out of body like I do as well. He just more commonly does it this way, where I more commonly do it out of body. No matter how it happens, it's okay. Don't get hung up on how it happens. Just learn to relax and surrender into it. And that's the next key. Once you are in the experience, just like I was saying, work on relaxing. The learning will come. Just you have to work on it. And it's so funny. It's almost contradictory. You say, learn to relax. Make an effort to relax. It's like the opposite. You've got to let go of making an effort to relax. And that's also called surrender. So the more you can surrender and let go, and not try to control the experience, is where you now allow the grace of the radiant form of God's loving to literally carry you. And it does not matter where it carries you. And I will tell you right now, it'll carry you to the pits of hell if that's where you need to go to get your karma done and get liberated, and it'll carry you to the highest heights into the heart of God. It'll do it all. When you can truly relax and surrender, it is not your concern. You literally give it up fully to God. That's the true fully giving. When we talk about giving everything up to God, by God, literally, that's how it takes place. When we're in our meditation or doing the LAF process, we're learning, we're working, we're making that effort of giving everything up to God and building the power of the name in the meditation. And it's all of it together over time. That is, we chant and build the power of the name and love God, and then we do the LAF and letting go, surrender, surrender. It is all of it together that works. Because when we've built the name enough and we've let go of enough, we pop into it and now God carries us. That's why we have to do our part. We have to do when we say the inner work. That's it. Those two things. Meditate, build the power of the name by loving God, chanting that sacred name over and over, and doing the LAF to really let go and surrender. And in that, that's all you have to do. The rest is in God's hands. You cannot make yourself go to God. You can just prepare the place, do the work, so that God can now take you. And that's it. And then God will take you, and God will take you through all kinds of things. But when you really understand and wake up and become aware that is literally the grace of God, that you're sitting in the hand of God, and God is carrying you even through hell, you'll learn to fear not. Be not afraid. Fear not. Because when you have the grace of God literally carrying you through it all, that is God liberating you. And that's how it really works. God liberates us. We just have to do the work to prepare the space so that God can liberate us. We of ourselves cannot liberate ourselves. And that's the whole role of a spiritual teacher. That spiritual teacher is that representative of God that we can work with directly to learn to surrender to love, to give devotion, to literally bow down and prostrate ourselves to. Because what is that? That is a demonstration of fully letting go and surrendering. And in that action of surrender is where now the grace of God can lift us. Now in the West, we say the grace of God. In the East, it'll literally be say the grace of the Master. But if you understand and you can get beyond any hang-ups on terminology, the grace of the Master is the grace of God. And the grace of God is the grace of the Master because they are one and the same. You hear Jim and I over and over say the real spiritual teacher is the Holy Spirit, which is the grace of God. It is not the personality or the form. It is that living, loving essence that is the river of loving, of light and sound. That is the grace of God that we go with and that carries us. And that's always the key. But in the East, that's what they call the guru. That's what they call the master. And why it is so important to literally surrender to the master, love the master, give it all to the master. Because in the East, that's how they do that. In the West, believe it or not, we're doing the same thing. We're just describing it differently. We're trying to describe it here in what we're doing in ILM, the way that it really works. We could do it like they do in the East, and it'll work. It'll work because that's the way it works, regardless of how it's, in a sense, described or the terminology used. But literally, because of how things are in the West, Jim and I do it more according to the West, and we try to approach it literally in more of a scientific way, just like I was sharing today, the science of the soul or the spiritual science, so that you can understand that on that level, where the mind can kind of comprehend to a degree the science of it, to help it relax and let go, to now let the experience unfold. And then it doesn't get hung up on personalities. While the teachers, Jim and Brian, no, it's not. It's the Holy Spirit. These bodies are vehicles for the expression of that into this world to communicate and to share that sacred action of God loving the soul and sharing the sacred name for the spiritual action to take place. And that's the key.
And then the other thing that you asked about is all of a sudden you find yourself going back down and you'd rather keep focusing upward. I found, Brian has found, other people have found that if you relax into God's leading you the way or taking you where you need to go in your experience, sometimes you'll go up and sometimes you will go down. And I've caught myself so many times moving up, and then all of a sudden, here I go, dropping down. And I'm kind of going, God, come on, I don't want to go down. And then I realize, nope, that's where I need to go. And I'll go into an experience that will share with me something about myself, help me to let go of something that I've been holding on to or whatever it might be. So don't try to control if all of a sudden you start going down, go with it. And see where it wants to take you, see what might happen, see what is there for you. And believe me, once you let go of whatever that is, or once you've learned that lesson, or once you've acknowledged that you've learned it, you'll go back up again. Maybe not in that experience, but in the next one, you'll go up much easier and much higher because you've let go of these things down here that you've been holding on to, or that have been there waiting for you to learn and complete them so you can go higher. There's a saying in the Jewish religion, in the Kabbalah, it's about a rabbi was upset that he couldn't go up as high as he wanted to go in spirit. And another rabbi told him, so how low can you go? And he says, well, I don't go low. I always pull myself out of that. He said, the other rabbi said, you can only go as high as you can go low. And if you haven't been to the lowest, you cannot go to the highest. So that's something to pay attention to. And I've really learned a lot from that and found that it's good to go down to the low parts, even though sometimes they're scary or not so much fun, or it makes you remember something you don't want to remember. But then you see the blessing in it, and you God bless it and move on. Okay.
Jim, your sharing continues to be brief but so clear, spiritual and loving. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This individual just wanted to share that with Jim.
That's nice. Thank you very much. And again, I have gone on and on and on sometimes in the past, more so, because I get excited and I want to share everything. But I've just learned to relax in the Spirit and let the Holy Spirit, like Brian's talking, share through me at that moment. And it gets very distinct, and it's usually short. It doesn't have to be a big statement. It's just, here's a truth. Look at it.
That's because I just talk so long today. That happens sometimes. Literally, we share it, that action. It's like that mantle of the Holy Spirit just shares through both of us. And I know times that I've shared a short talk like Jim did today, and then he just talks and talks. And today it was like reverse. It's like, that's why I realized, like, wow, I could just keep on going because the flow's there. And it's just like, nope, it's your turn. And that's kind of the fun in the doing this together and sharing it. It just, the grace will just move. It doesn't matter what body it's using. What matters is that it has a place to share. And that's the key. It's just a matter of a place to share. And that's what we're doing in meditation. We are opening up for the grace of God to have a place to share with us and for us to have a place to share with God. To me, what we do here in classes, the meditation, our sharing, Q&A, is just a nice outer reflection of literally what we're trying to do in meditation.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good evening.
Obviously,
Good day.
it's a different time zone.
I know, it's so funny. I mean, literally.
Seems like with each monthly class, there is something you are either saying or feeling that is exactly what I feel or know or experience right prior to joining the class.
What a coincidence.
Today I heard Jim say to Brian before class even started that he was supercharged. And I feel myself supercharged today as if I drank too much coffee. I do not like that nervous energy running my emotions.
It is a bit much, I'll have to admit.
So I often experience, by the way, I so often experience that, by the way, because it's so distracting from meditation and a peaceful mind.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
We are definitely all one big entity, I guess, sensitive to spirit.
We're one big entity called the body of God, and we're all the little cells being caffeinated or not.
Also, I am sometimes deep in spirit and taken out suddenly back into the usual tiring mind, sometimes just perfectly after 2.5 hours, often at a 2-hour, 24-minute, and most of the time after an hour and a half or less time. And then I have to tell myself, you are unfortunately back in the boring mind, but telling myself, hang in there, as the time of meditation is not done. But I'm physically fully done and tired of my mind. But all I need to do left in my meditation is to deal with my mind, most likely for the remaining time. I usually tell my mom, I usually tell my mind, stop, not now, and talk to myself the same way God would talk to me. Once in a great while, during the same meditation, I am able to go back in spirit after being taken out of spirit, which makes it always worth it to do the 2.5 hours. So thank you for everything, the three of you.
That's well
Very
first.
nice.
That's very good. It's true, and every meditation is different, and it's a matter for us just to keep refocusing back to God as best we can, and see where it will take us. That's wonderful.
And that's also why it's good to meditate every day,
Yeah.
daily, for that reason, as well as the 2.5 hours at any one time, but daily. Even during the day, like do 2.5 hours in the morning, do another half an hour during the day at some point or before you go to bed. It's great to just do it as you can, because listen, meditation is really, and not just meditation as you heard me say, there's all kinds of meditations. The meditation with the sacred name is the only, and I mean that, the only action that is going to break us free of the mind and lift us above the mind. Nothing can do that. We can do all the forgiveness we want, do all the inner work in these processes, and that'll help to heal things, because what that does is help open the mind and the heart and all of our protective mechanisms to allow the grace in to heal things. But it is not until we can really focus on the sacred name and allow it to lift us above the mind do we really get free of it. All the other helps to open the mind to help us to let go of all of our attachments, but it's not until we, the soul, can actually rise above the mind does it truly liberate the soul. And that's important to understand, because just like I was sharing earlier and where I was all enthused about the person sharing, is because at some point we have to, and we will realize that it is not until we fully surrender and allow the grace of God to carry us. Because the mind will try to do the work. The mind will try to control it. The mind will try to get us to God. It'll believe, oh, you have the name. You can chant the name, and you can get you to God. That's what the mind will believe. And we will try it. We will try to make it happen. But just like the experiences we're hearing today, soon as you try it, you're out of the experience. Or you can't control it, and you go down, or you go to the left, or you go to whatever, because the mind cannot control it. All the mind can do is participate to a degree in focusing and the repetition of the name. And that's not even really the mind. When we're really doing the meditation, it's the soul. But in the beginning, it's the mind kind of priming the pump, turning the engine on. And we have to just keep the repetition of the name, and then the power of the name, which is God's grace and loving, will finally break free the mind's hold on the soul, and then God's grace can lift the soul out of the mind and beyond it. And that's how this really works. So that's always the key. That's why we even say meditation's number 1, LAF number 2, and then the taking responsibility is number 3. They all work together. They really work together. But it is in that order.
I had a dream that I was back in my childhood home and my mother was in the kitchen. I was so surprised to see her, and I said to her, I haven't seen you in so long. I felt some love for her and actually was happy to see her. I told her I wanted to go to the basement, which I've been to many times in my dreams. It doesn't look anything like the basement in my actual house. It's always the same dream, basement though. It has shelves of various items, and I have a desire to go see what's down there and what I might see. Perhaps I might take it with me. What does this reoccurring basement dream signify? Sending lots of love and appreciation.
When we go into the basement, we're going into the the qualities of ourselves that are really unconscious often. They are things that we carry with us that we have either hidden or that we've forgotten, that maybe we need to take care of or get rid of or just whatever. But it's something in the unconscious part of ourselves, and sometimes it's called the subconscious. And by going down there, you're looking at the different things that you have in storage that you can either let go of, or you need to handle and be respectful to, or move on out of your life, give it away, or whatever. And so it's very significant. The house has a basement, the house has a first floor, second floor, and often then an attic. And each one of those represent a certain part of our consciousness. This is more about the unconscious or subconscious part of your being.
And in this particular instance, it was dealing with the mother. So to me, that symbolizes that there was a karmic lesson in the unconscious, that it was time for it to come up that was still running inside, dealing with your mother. So whatever the lesson is with your mother is now being brought to the conscious awareness, so the lesson's learned, and so it can be completed and liberated, so we can move on with it. And that's really how it works. It doesn't matter if our mother or dad or anybody is alive or dead. It doesn't have to do anything with the other person. It just has to do with our experience of the lesson we're learning. So whatever your mother represented in this experience, it was for something that you were learning. And just having it come up into the main level of conscious awareness is, to me, the lesson's getting learned. Whether you're conscious of that lesson and what it is, again, doesn't really matter. The fact you had the experience is letting me know that your soul's just walking through it and gaining the wisdom through the experience, whether your mind understands or knows what it is or not. And sometimes we have the awareness and know what it is. And that's great if we do. If you don't worry about it.
Just know something's happening and
Yeah.
it's getting cleared.
Hi, Jim and Brian and Kelsey. I had a dream where I walked down a winding hill filled with gravel into a cave. And I was with my old friend who I no longer see. And there was a dog there. And I told my friend to watch out for the bat.
The bat?
The bat.
Okay.
There was water running there, and the dream ended. What does this dream mean?
Go ahead.
The bats in the belfry. To me, that's literally symbolic, like I was just describing today, where you're really, to me, that's you coming back into your body consciousness here. And that's why you're coming down the pathway. And coming down is the soul coming back to the physical consciousness, and the doorway here to come back into the body. And so if you're with the friend, that to be friend, just like I was saying about the mother in the previous one, that friend represents either somebody in your life that is teaching you something, and whatever the symbolism they would represent, you would have to ask yourself, what does this friend represent or symbolize to me? And another way to look at it is, what do I like about this person? What do I not like about this person? That'll give you a good idea of what you're learning in there. Otherwise, the friend is often referred to as well as the spiritual teacher or the master who walks with you. But if, again, just to be clear, if it's a friend, somebody literally is a friend in your life that you know and they symbolize the lesson for you, otherwise it's the friend that is the teacher literally that is walking with you to fulfill your journey and to assist you in getting liberated. In other words, the radiant form of the spiritual teacher. In the cave or going into there, the bats, that's literally, the bats represent different karmas or things we're learning that are in the physical. Bats are like usually dark or black, and that black often represents the unknown and the physicality of that. And often bats often bring forward fear as well. So it's just letting you know Like I was sharing today, I kind of covered that in the sharing about going into the cave and into the tomb and all that goes with that. And I'm just sharing it in a general sense because there's nothing really specific to refer or relate it to, unless you have something.
No, I don't. Bats usually just represent those things that we don't want to deal with or that are unknown or unhidden and kind of hidden away. Because bats go in a cave, they don't come out till the night, and that's that they don't show themselves in the daylight, which is interesting. So these are the things that we've hidden away, or they have been hidden away from us because we aren't willing to look at them.
I realize that this is an inner pathway.
That's a good realization. I know I'm being a smartass right now, but, sometimes the jokes, it's great to point out the obvious. And all joking aside, that is a good realization. Because a lot of people, as much as that's all we make it about here, a lot of people still look at it as an outer pathway until the day they finally get it. Oh my God, these guys really do mean it's an inner. And I've got to let go of trying to make it about the outer. So as much as I play around with that, truly that's a good realization because so many of us will do spiritual actions trying to change our physical life. And after a while we realize this isn't about changing our physical life. This is all about our inner life. So that is a really good thing.
But what about the guidance that Brian spoke of? Does the Holy Spirit guide us through the muck and chaos that we find ourselves in?
Yes. Yes. Plain and simple. I know you've got more to share, but yes, that's what it's all about. But you've got to let go of what you think guidance is. Because the mind will say, I ask a question, I get an answer. That's not how it works. The guidance is, like I said, you surrender and let go and let God carry you through. That's literally more really how it happens. Other than that, you can experience it like the spiritual teacher going before you, and you just follow the teacher's lead. There's guidance. It's not, true spiritual guidance is not about information and words and answers to questions. True spiritual guidance is being shown and taken into the inner knowing in the way by which the soul can go back into union with God. That's true spiritual guidance. It's just the way, not words, not information. Unless, of course, those words are the Holy Spirit, the sound current, the voice of God, or the spiritual teacher. That is still the spiritual action. So when those words come, you'll notice if you have an experience where it's the spiritual teacher in the radiant form or another voice of God speaking with you, that it has that essence and frequency of the Holy Spirit in it. That is the guidance, is the frequency of that Holy Spirit that is infused in the words. Just like when we give the initiation and we give the words, the names, it is the energy of the Holy Spirit that is imbued in those words that is the guidance. That as we chant those names within, they guide us into the very thing that is called our union with God. So we've got to look at guidance, what we think that means, how we interpret that. Most of the time, it's the mind process. Spiritually, this is not how that works. So guidance is not the mind. It is a spiritual action, and hopefully I'm making that clear. So go ahead, continue.
I often feel a presence or a knowing about small things, like what to pick up that at the store, or that is not a good idea for you to do right now. Is that just intuition or ego? Do we have any guidance to do the mundane? Pick out that car, pick out that career?
Yes, and that is obviously different than what I was saying, because what I was sharing was really the greater guidance of the soul's journey to God. The guidance you're talking about really is more intuitive, but it's good to understand that even that intuition, when you really look to the intuition as part of your journey of awakening to getting to know thyself, then when you trust and honor that intuition and make those choices that come with it, it helps you to really bring God into everything you do. And that's the key. We want to bring God into everything we do. And so when we practice attuning ourselves and becoming sensitive to that intuition that is inner guidance, and it's important that as we do this, that we really pay attention to that frequency, just like I was saying earlier, that we pay attention to that frequency in that. That is the greater guidance than the actual outer action. Because that intuition or frequency, when we follow that, that is where we're learning to live more in that spiritual presence than the ego or the mind trying to figure things out. That's more important than which car you get, or in the grocery store, which of these things you get. It's more the frequency of that intuitive process that is really more important here. We follow and honor that, we'll get what we get. And if you do this enough, you'll start to realize it doesn't really matter what we get when we follow that intuition. What matters is that it's the process is helping us attune to our intuition. To me, intuition is like that first step. Like I said here with the hue and coming up here. To me, our intuition is learning how to walk up the inner mountain to get here to begin the greater journey with the sacred name. That's how I look at it. I try to follow my intuition all the time for simple little daily things. That's where it's really good. It's a great way to spiritualize the physical in everything we do. But then when we go into meditation for the greater journey to God, like I was saying earlier, we need to be willing to let go of that intuition of looking for a physical answer or a physical direction. I hope I'm being clear with the way I'm describing this. Because if we hang on to that, again, that's the mind trying to figure out, okay, let's bring God into the world and make my life better, rather than let me go to God. The greater journey we're doing here is about going to God. That's beyond intuition. And that's where we need to be ever watchful of how we're doing that. So when you do your meditation, make it about you going to God. When you're in the body doing your day-to-day life, go ahead and let it be about your intuition, but let your intuition be a reminder, I'm inviting God into everything I'm doing here. But that is not the purpose of doing this pathway. It's not about bringing God into the world. It just supports us in living it inside of us while we're in the world.
And the one thing I found, I invite God into my day every day. I invite God to walk with me, to walk before me, to assist me in my journey. And I even say, and in this world and in spirit. And I find that because of that, I'll be doing things and I'll be getting ready to go out in the car and go away for the day or something. And as I'm leaving, all of a sudden, I'll hear inside, what about this? What about that? And I go, oh my God, I forgot all about that. And it may be the mail I was meaning to mail or just whatever. And so I follow that, and it supports me. It takes care of me. So I don't get somewhere and then I go, well, I don't have it with me. I can't mail it. So it just shows you that as you're following the flow of spirit in spirit, you'll also find that flow of spirit will support you in the world. It's not there to make all the decisions for you, like, no, get the green car, not the blue car. No, get this, get that. It's about helping us to just live our lives in a little bit more grace and ease. And that's what I find.
I'm just going to finish reading her statement, and
Okay.
then you can see. I think you've answered a lot of it, but maybe there's more. Okay, so it continues. Yes, on one level, it is not important, but I still need a car for transportation and a job to get money to live. So I get caught up when these life issues are not clear, even though I am meditating. I also find that my meditation goes through phases where the world does not matter at all, and then I need to make a decision, and suddenly it does matter. Then I may have meditations that seem to be just blah, and I get frustrated. I would appreciate any feedback on this.
Well, did you have something?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I'll do it.
So the key is this really is a path of the inner. This is all about the inner. And when we are beginning to wake up and live in the inner, we can find that we can balance the outer in a better way. Or we can approach the outer and learn from its experiences and also get answers to our questions quicker. And oftentimes, Spirit will lead us in a direction in the world to just get our karmas fulfilled, get our lessons learned, and have experience that will support us. So it's a matter of us individually finding out how all this unfolds, how this works. And it isn't about, the inner or the outer. It's really all of it. It's all one experience. And so we want to learn how to bring that all into experience on all levels and how to work it in a way that really supports us both in the inner and the outer. And that can take time to understand. But the key is we do have certain responsibilities in the world, and we'll find that Spirit will be there, but it won't give us the actual answer to something. It will just point a direction. It will give us a hopeful word or some support in that outer action, but it won't answer it all for us. At least I've never found that to be totally true. So maybe you have more.
No, along those lines, you already gave a really good example. Just like when you said, I need a car to get to work. That's a good practical example. So the inner awareness can be, and God's guidance is, you need a car to get to work. Pretty ordinary, right? But guess what? God works in very practical, ordinary ways. But now that we intuitively know, and practically, we need a car to get to work, well, there's options. Do I get a car? Do I take the bus? Do I take a taxi? Can a friend take me? There's options. Really, is it, do you need a car or do you need transportation to get from point A to B? And then the other part of it is like, okay, it's going to be a car because it'll best serve me for my needs, not just for my job or whatever, but all kinds of things. Then that may be the intuitive part of you need a car and it's clear. But then the other part is, well, what kind of a car do I want to get? That's where it can be now us making the decisions of what kind of car, what color, what this, what that. Those are the differences where it can be preferential rather than spiritual guidance. So I hope that's a good example. I don't know, but there's always the practical component as well with it.
Well, that's where you follow the intuition. Sometimes you'll get clear guidance inside. It'll feel like intuition or just a nudging to go in a certain direction for something. And if you follow it, oftentimes you'll get more clarity or more what it is you're looking for than if you don't. And I find following the mind doesn't work for me so well, but following that instinctual, that intuition, that other energy that kind of leads the way helps me to get more where I want to be in the world as well as in spirit.
Yeah, because it does definitely work in spirit too.
Mm-hmm. And it's a learning. So if right now if you're trying to figure out about a car, go and experience. I would go and test drive a lot of different makes and models, look at all the different cars. I'd read about them to see which one is the better one of the ones I'm looking at, and then make a decision. I can afford this, I really can't afford that, so I need to go for what I'll feel comfortable with so I'm not stressed. That type of a thing, just the natural flow of paying attention.
And that's where you learn whether it's your intuition or ego, because I know
Yeah.
the person brought
Yeah,
that up.
that's true.
Because your intuition can go, okay, just like you're saying, which car and what I can afford or not. If your intuition goes, oh, I need a Lamborghini or a Rolls Royce, and you really believe that's the case, but you could only afford a Toyota Tercel, well then, is it your intuition or is it your ego? Those are the things to pay attention to. And I'm laughing, but I've been around and seen people say, no, this is what my spiritual guidance is telling me. And it's just not.
It's not. It's the ego or whatever. A very good example of that was when I was 18 years old, I got involved with one of my first outer spiritual organizations. And one of the people was a woman that was the leader of it. She was in San Antonio at the time doing a class, and she needed to get a new car because the one that she had driven into town with was breaking down. And so I went with her, and a couple of other people went with us, and we were going to go drive and test drive a few cars. And she said, you know what? I keep getting that I just need to go get a Cadillac and leave it at that. And she didn't have the money, but she went and she actually got a Cadillac, and it was nice. It was very comfortable. She really enjoyed it. But eventually she had to give it up for another car because she couldn't afford it long term. So, you have to pay attention and see what's ego and what's really good for you.
I'm hoping you both may be able to tell me what the following means. It occurred during a meditation about 2 weeks ago. There were no colors involved. It was all in different shades and values of white and gold, except for the alligators. They were their normal color. It started on the lower level of a house where there was a pool of water. I was thinking of going in for a swim when I saw an alligator in the water. Then I remembered I knew that, and I needed to figure out how to get that alligator out. Next, I was on a level higher, and I looked over a golden railing down into the water, and now there were 2 alligators in the water. Finally, I was in a hallway that led to the garage on my right. There was a ledge in front of me with my purse on it, and I was fooling around with some very tiny things. I did not recognize what they were, but they were about 1.5 inches big. I was going to put them in my purse and then leave. I heard a loud slap. I looked over my left shoulder, and a 3rd alligator crawled out from behind a wall, and his tail had slapped the wall. I heard his claws scratch the floor as he crawled to his left to the stairway that led down to the pool. He rolled off the hall floor onto the 1st and 2nd step down, and I could see his belly. I knew he was heading down to join the others, and even though it was scary, I knew he was going down and I was not in danger. I thank you for your constant help as I journey home and send my deep love and appreciation and for the guidance of this morning. Much love.
Go for it.
No, you.
Well, the alligators represent certain things in our lives often that we avoid or we don't want to really handle or deal with, or we don't know how to deal with it. And so
Just like me not wanting to deal with the question.
and so I would say,
And I'm going to interact and joke with you in this because the energy coming in on the question literally gave me a headache.
oh really?
And that's why it's good. I'm sharing this because I want to interact with Jim in that so you get I'm sharing this because it's not uncommon when you're dealing with these struggles and things you want to avoid. And that's why I did the game with Jim right here. I don't usually explain when Jim and I do this back and forth, but for whatever reason, I want to do this now because when the energy came in and I wanted to close my eyes, there's all this pressure and I'm getting a headache from it, which tells me, like you said, that comes because it's dealing with things we want to avoid. So, sorry to interrupt, but continue.
Yeah, the alligators to me represent things that I want to avoid or I feel are dangerous, and I want to stay away from them. But oftentimes it's just saying to me, pay attention. Pay attention to the things that are in your life that you're not paying attention to, because you could walk into a dangerous situation and then regret it later. So to me, it's always telling me, just pay attention. Pay attention to your environment, pay attention to the actions, pay attention to your reactions, and pay attention to where you're going, who you're associating with, that type of a thing. So the fact that the two were in the pool, I think it's very interesting. You saw one when you were at the level of the pool, but then you got a little bit of a higher perspective, and then you could see two. And so to me, it's saying, so pay attention and get that higher perspective if you can, so you can see the bigger picture. Because sometimes we'll look at the little picture and just see one detail that's not the fullness. But if we can go higher and in ourselves and get a higher perspective or a bigger picture of something, then we go, oh, okay, so there's another one over there. And so then you were walking in the hallway going out to the garage, and to me it was saying, but you've got to pay attention even at that level, because there's still alligators that you're not aware of. There's still these things in your life that you're not paying attention to and handling or moving away from. And so, and a lot of times it's called handling them. But the fact that it didn't come after you, it went towards the staircase to go down to the pool to join the other ones, is telling me that these are not so dangerous for you. They're not after you. They're just there, and they're things that you want to just not go towards. Not, I can't say avoid per se, but just don't incorporate them into your life, and don't feel like maybe you have to handle them. It's just have the awareness of, oh, it's over there, oh, it's over there, and then you go somewhere else. And I don't know if there's any more.
The other thing to look at is, what are you doing within yourself that's creating these alligators? Because a lot of the times we don't acknowledge that we are the creators of our life and the creator of our thoughts and our beliefs and our emotions. The house represents our personal consciousness. So to me, the alligator in your house and coming out of it says this is something you created. So pay attention to what you've created. And the one coming out of the mind, and why I said the headache, is to me telling it's coming out of the mind, something you're creating, whether it's some kind of a belief system or a certain perspective that is creating fear within you, or literally has even created situations in your physical life. Because to me, the pool is outside of the house, which to me is still in your personal space, but maybe not in your consciousness, but something in your life. Your pool. So it's your life, your little pool, your life, the pool of your life experience. And whatever you've created inside of you has now created an outer situation or circumstances that can be dangerous or scary for you that you're having to deal with.
In my meditation this morning, I saw total white light. Then it changed to black with a round, bright light in the middle. It went upward and back and forth and upward again, and then disappeared. Interestingly, it resembled a drawing that my grandson did a couple days earlier with a black surrounding the white light in the middle. Insights?
I wonder what that is.
Jim, that's,
Is it my microphone?
I don't know.
Okay. I'll loosen it up a little bit. I must be pulling on it.
Yeah, I think the line. Can you check your connection
Oh.
to your?
No, it was loose.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't want to click.
Here, I'll get it. Go ahead and, yeah, but. No, I got it. I'm just making sure I'm getting these lined up. Oh,
I wonder if it's the right
it's in, but it had to be screwed on. It was actually that. I don't remember these things screwing on like
I
that.
don't either.
Okay,
It's a
hopefully
different
that'll
mic.
do it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. What was the question? I've lost it.
In my meditation this morning, I saw a total
Oh, yeah.
white light, then
Yeah.
it changed black.
Okay. So, the total white light would be more of the spirit, and the black would represent that which is of the world. And so to me, it's saying that you're looking at both. You're paying attention to both. You're not just looking at spirit and avoiding the world, but you're also observing and aware of the world. But the good news is that there was white or a light inside the middle of the black. To me, that means that you're beginning to spiritualize that which is of the world in you and you in the world. And so you're inviting spirit into the world. It's beginning to be spiritualized. And so you'll begin to see more and more of spirit moving into your outer world as well as the inner to assist you in what is going on in your life daily and karmically. And then it reminding you of what your grandson had drawn to me means that he probably was aware at some level, because children are amazing. They will be aware of things that they have no idea what it's about, but they will draw it, they will talk about it, and it's really more about you than them. And so I would say that he was just picking up on this for you, and it's a great outer confirmation to me of what is going on inside of you.
Sorry.
Does that seem like an answer?
It seems like an answer, yes.
It's all good. It's very good.
Lately, I feel stuck between enthusiasm for my life and letting go completely. I have spent much time with the Bible. However, I haven't spent much time with the Bible. However, a quote from Jesus popped in something like, "If you love your life, you will lose it. And if you hate your life, you will have it eternally." I struggle to have enthusiasm about anything here and just long for home. I'd really appreciate your input. Thanks so much.
One thing is, I don't think that's an actual quote from the Bible, because that would not follow along with the teachings of Jesus at all. And so I think it's something that you misinterpreted or maybe just made up, rather than it actually being a quote from the Bible directly. And I would say, enter that quote in that you just said or wrote and into the computer and see if it pulls it up. And you might find it's reversed or worded differently than what you're referring to. And I would say that if you're in the midst of a storm in the world or within yourself, that's where your lessons are. And once you begin to work with those lessons and learn them, they go away. The karma's done, the lessons learned, and they go away. And then you begin to open up to more freedom in your life, or more understanding and more loving in your life, and move towards that which is the eternal, which is liberation of the soul, freedom, peace, joy, grace, gratitude, so many things. But the way it was worded that's what you'll have forever, it would be the hatred, is not true, not at all. You'll have that only as long as you hold on to the hatred.
I think the other part of it is that, that's often the dichotomy we all go through on this journey that often been referred to as the battle of the spirit and the flesh. In truth, there's no battle with spirit. But what that battle is inside of us with wanting to have a good life. And to me, that's when we have an enthusiasm for life. But then when things are not going well, we want to have nothing to do with life, and we want to just get out of here. And it's that getting out of here and not liking life that can lead to depression. And that often is because of the situations in our life that we're not really dealing with or we don't want to deal with. And those, I know, are the challenges for all of us, just like the last one we mentioned with the alligators. Those are the challenges we all have, so we have to, at some point, handle them. I don't want to just say deal with them, but handle them. And as we handle those, especially the really hard lessons that none of us want to deal with or handle, when we can really start to handle those is when we clear a lot of karma and get a lot of things done internally as well as externally of those things. And that's where the depression can start to lift. And we can begin to find then a balance of life being okay or actually even enjoying it, as well as wanting to go home to God. I know for me, I just wanted to get out of here and go home to God because I was depressed because I didn't want to be in this world. And it served me very well for many years to really do the meditation. But then after a while, I came to the point where I realized I need to look at these things that I'm depressed about and handle them. And then when I went and handled them is when the depression started lifting, and that's when I got liberated. So it all works together. We just need to look at these things, because this pathway, again, is about going home to God. And then everything will happen in that process. This isn't about bringing joy and enthusiasm to our life to make our life better. As we go to God, one of the side effects or benefits is that we can have more joy and enthusiasm, because that's what happens when we open to the movement of spirit. Loving has joy and enthusiasm, but it's not about our physical life. So even when we're experiencing enthusiasm for our life, that enthusiasm is inside of us. It's not about our physical life. So what I'm also saying here is it's important to pay attention to what we're attaching that enthusiasm or depression with. Are we making it about the physical? And that's where the problem is. When we really make it all about God and our journey home to God, then it doesn't matter what the physical is. We just handle what we need and realize that truly everything is lived within ourselves, regardless of what's actually happening in life. Usually we feel more joyful when life's going well. And usually we find ourselves angry, depressed, whatever, when life's not going well here, but then we're still making it all about our life here. But regardless, we still got to really, at some point, start making it about God and our inner life and our journey home to God. That's what will really transform everything. That's where you hear us in here all the time, and Jim say all the time, God first and God only. And so in the process, we're learning, we're going back and forth. That's what I hear in this process, is that you're learning and kind of doing that back and forth of shifting from your focus here, and when it's not going well, not wanting to be part of it and really focus on God. And that's a good thing. So let the not wanting to be here, I put the word depression on it because that's what it was for me, but let that be your motivator to help you to keep doing the inner work and the meditation to go to God. And then over time, you'll find it open up, and whatever the things you want to escape from here, you'll start to find a way to handle them, and that energy will begin to clear up. And then it's easier to live here while you're going to God.
And I would just say, do the meditation. Even if nothing shows up in your meditation, do it. And the longer you can do it each day, the quicker you'll move into higher places within yourself and begin to experience that movement of spirit. And if you've been doing it and haven't been experiencing that, then do what you can to focus upward, above the mind, because you may still be caught up in the mind and holding on to these things and complaining about it in the mind or something, or trying to tell God what to do with it. I don't know. But then the other thing I would say is we have the LAF section of the website, the Loving, Accepting, and Forgiving. Go in there and do the workbook and do the videos or the audio. It's just
The
audio.
laugh course, you mean?
Yeah, the laugh course, because that will give you some understanding on how to get yourself free of what it is you're really struggling with. And I do know it will work. I mean, I've worked it all my life. I still do LAF every day, because I know I don't want to let anything start anchoring itself in my consciousness that might become a problem for me in the future. And even though my soul's liberated and I'm aware of God and all these things, I can get caught back up in the world, and I could lose sight of everything I know and feel and are in spirit. I can lose sight of that, and I can fall back down to this world like that and be trapped once again. So we all have to do our daily work. And by doing that, we get free, we get liberated, and we stay liberated. And that's the key. You do this until the last breath, and then you don't have to do it anymore.
In one of the books, you talk about will and power, love and wisdom, and active intelligence. I am stuck on what active intelligence might be. Can you elaborate more on what is referred to as active intelligence, and is it a part of spiritual awakening or wisdom of the world? What is its relevance to my path as an initiate?
Well, when I wrote that, I was describing the three aspects of God. And active intelligence is the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit, you'll find, is active intelligence. It's wisdom. It's truth. It's the real. And it's in spirit, it's called the active intelligence of God. It's God's intelligence that God used to bring forth everything. And the Holy Spirit is that which He brought it through. The Holy Spirit is the creative action. The active intelligence is the creative action of our soul in us. The soul is very loving and it's very creative, very creative. And we learn our lessons through our creations. We create all the time in our lives. And then we have to deal with our creations. We can enjoy them, and we have to also have the creations that are out of balance, and we have to learn about what it is and bring it into balance. And that's a part of active intelligence. It's being intelligent or awake and aware of what it is we're doing and why we're doing it, and where is that going to take me, and how did I get here, and what do I do to get to where I want to go. It's active intelligence. And the Holy Spirit is the active intelligence of God, and a part of that is the creativity. It is through the Holy Spirit that God created all of this, that God created us through the movement of the Holy Spirit. And so we want to have active intelligence within ourselves. We don't want to be foolish. We don't want to be ignoring. We don't want to go oblivious. We want to pay attention, be active in what we're doing, pay attention and be a part of our actions and our creativity, and learn from our creativity and course correct and make changes so that the next creativity action that will take place will be more in balance with what we want. And that's active intelligence. My God, I think I know what I'm talking about. I hope I do.
Yeah, I like that. I love those three books, and along with that action, I remember there's I think it actually represented the yellow color. I think it had to do with the frequencies, like active intelligence, and blue represented the love aspect, and I think red represented the power.
Gosh, I don't remember.
Some
Yeah, I think
aspect,
that's
and
right.
each of those colors and frequencies and what you're talking about had different lessons that go with them. God, it's been so long, and I may be actually saying this wrong. It may be a different section of the book, but I know it's somehow tied in with the area they're reading. It might be in the same chapter or directly what they're talking about. But it's actually, do you happen to have one of the books available? I think that one's the Knowing of God book.
Well, I don't know if we want to get caught up in that right now.
No, it's just a
You're-
nice.
Yeah, I would just say
Yeah,
go
don't
back
worry about
and
it.
read the books, and it'll tell you a lot.
Well, the reason I wanted to reference it in the book is you're the Knowing of God or staff of the shepherd in the back. But the reason I'm referencing that is that in that book, to the part you're talking about, it also talks about the different aspects of the major karmic lessons the soul is here to learn and grow through. The different color rays
Yeah,
through the rainbow that each of the colors represent, from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. There are different lessons the soul is here to learn from. That's where a lot of the ascended masters or masters, the Kohans or color rays, that they're here to help the soul learn different lessons in each of those frequencies. And that's where it's great to go back. That's why I was wondering if there was the book, we could reference it for people, because in there you spell it out so simply and clearly, those aspects that are good to pay attention to. Because along with those three primary actions, that represented it's like the primary colors, like those rays represented. You got the red, the yellow, and the blue. And then the others, like the orange and the green and the violet. I know there was a combination or between all those colors. In the book, you described different actions or lessons that the soul is here to learn that dealt with those frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm bringing it up, because that's really good question, and it's a nice reference. Oh my God, those are the old books. Those that, because I know pretty quick I can find it. Oh, it is the staff of the shepherd. Because I know this is where it's really nice, actually. I remember that because I loved that section. It was very helpful in dealing with that. Gosh, you guys read, just like for the initiates, to read the initiate's handbook every year, go back and read the original 3 books. Even do a study group with the books. I know people who've done that. It was so good.
years ago, after I'd written all these books, I got a phone call from a man, and he was a Presbyterian minister, and he had just read Love and Loving. His sister gave it to him, and she just wanted to see what he thought of it. And he told me that was the best written book on love he's ever read.
Yeah.
He said, I can tell you're a Presbyterian because you word it just the way it's taught in our church, but you understand it, you live it, and that comes through the book. And I thought, wow, okay. And it talks about karma and stuff, but he said, you are a Presbyterian? And I said, I guess I am, thank you.
See, so I found it. I knew.
Okay.
So it's in the Staff of the Shepherd, literally on page 98. It says the 3 offices of the hierarchy.
Oh, okay.
And it talks about the 3 basic types of karma that exist in each of the lower levels, physical through etheric. These 3 attributes are will, power, love, wisdom, and active intelligence. So it says, to work most effectively with this threefold nature of God's one Holy Spirit, the planetary hierarchy has been organized into three major offices. And so each of those represent that, but it helps to give what is dealing with the lessons. And so those are the three primary aspects of the Holy Spirit that we, the soul, will go through here in learning about this creation. And then the other one is the seven rays. And
all of that is, it doesn't relate so much to our pathway in a way, because I was trying to explain about the hierarchy and all of that in the metaphysical circles, and that's dealing with the mind down. But the aspects of God are the aspects of God. It isn't just the metaphysical, but when you get into the color rays and all, you're getting into something totally different from what this pathway is about, totally.
Yeah, but even with that,
Yeah.
it's a nice, simple, on just a couple pages, describes like the major general action of the soul's learning through this physical creation in that way. So it's nice because it mentions all the different frequencies, like I was just saying in the color rays, that we're here to learn. It does go into the metaphysical, like Jim was saying, even mentions some of the ascended masters, but the main thing is really the lesson there, that it's there to teach us, just like Jim was describing. And that's where I found it very useful. And not getting caught up in the different whatever, but very helpful.
Take the wisdom from everything. That's what I've always done. And see how it relates to that inner pathway going higher.
We've got so much material. We only have 3 simple books, but oh my God, all the other stuff we have, and you could just take one book and just spend years with it, really, if you wanted to.
Okay, I think I need to start reading faster. It's just hard to read these long ones. We got a handful of long ones, so.
Well, if they're long, if you can go to the question, and if there's a way to skip some of the story, unless it's really pertinent. But
I mean, I don't really have time to read all these, prior. I'm listening to what you're saying.
Yeah,
so.
no,
go
that's
ahead
fine.
then. That's fine. We'll
That's
go a little
fine.
after 6 then, if that's needed.
Okay. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, thanks for the opportunity for today and your ongoing support. I felt the movement of loving today, and it feels so good to be wrapped in it. When Brian talked about breathing after drowning, it reminded me of a dream that I had last week. I dreamt that there were things all over my floor, and I sent the Ramba to clean it up. The space began filling with murky water, and I was drowning. Eventually, I got to the surface of the water and was able to take a gasp of breath. Mm-hmm. And I was in a space that was filled with light and color. In the first meditation this morning, I had an experience that I was in New York City at a professional meeting I had been to in the past. I was trying to get some free paint from the vendors. One woman had some hot pink paint, and I realized that it was the right color, but not a high enough quality, and that I wasn't going to get it for free. Outside, there was a church that I realized was a historic church. Even though it was blocks away, I could hear the singing. I was wondering if I should head over there. I'm wondering if you could give me any insights into these experiences. And I have one more question. In the world, how do I make the right choice for my soul? I have experienced since the initiation that when I'm in the wrong situation, I often get expelled from it. For example, the relationship that I was in that disappeared during the meditation retreat last month. I learned a lot from it about myself, and I feel that I cleared a lot of karma, but I don't want to clear karma in a negative way in a relationship again. I want to be in the loving in all that I do. The day after I officially ended the relationship, 2 men who seemed great who seemed great started pursuing me. I don't really talk about the path much anymore to anyone in my life because I don't think people can understand it without experiencing it. And I have a lot of joyful friends where I don't talk about it. How do I make the decision in a way that will best serve my soul? I'm not sure how to know because the animal nature and the intellect get involved, and I want to say, and it is hard to know what is the best way forward. Thank you so much for your loving support.
The key to me is keep looking to the inner, not the outer. The answers you're looking for are not out here. They're inside. And the more you can spend time in meditation and really wake up inside, the less you're going to be having to deal with the world. But if you still have lessons in the world to learn, such as from relationships or from career or from people, then you learn those as well. But enter into them with the attitude of, okay, what's the lesson here, Lord? Show me the lesson. Let me learn what is here for me. Don't look for the world to answer the longing for love, because the world can't answer that. Don't look to the world to answer to you about abundance, because it can't answer that. The answer for love and the answer for abundance is found inside. And once you know the bounty that is in the soul, and once you know the loving that is in you and God, then you get these things answered. So as long as you're looking outside of yourself for the answers and for solution, the more you're just going to keep looking, because it'll answer one thing and then another part of it will come over here and you've got to answer that too. And so I would say don't look outside so much as look in. And the color for the pink is an aspect of love. It is one of the colors in spirit. It's the blue and the pink together. It's funny that represents having a boy or having a girl, but it represents the female aspect of the Christ consciousness in you. So the fact that you found that the pink was there, but it wasn't quite the quality you wanted, means that you're learning to look and see that part of the loving of the Christ inside of you, or the soul inside of you, but you still haven't gotten the quality of what it is you're wanting yet. And so keep looking for that quality. And the quality is inside of you, not in the world. It's the quality of your own true nature of loving.
And to me, that's the part I was going to just summarize it, was the pink, is often dealing with unconditional loving, and that's what you're looking for. And the fact that you had a monetary thing associated with it, it wasn't free to pay for the better quality, tells me you're dealing with self-value. In other words, to me, I'd say the more you value yourself, the more you'll love yourself. The more you love yourself, the more value and the higher the quality will be. And to me, right there kind of summarizes the lesson. We look outside of ourselves for love from others because we don't value the love we have for ourselves. So the more you can love yourself and value that, it'll answer all the other stuff you talked about. That's literally what I was just going to summarize the whole thing with.
It's good.
I had an experience last week that sounded very much as Jim described in his talk today. It was the afternoon and I was feeling very focused inside myself on loving. I laid out flat on my bed and felt so full. I felt as if I would burst. I began heavy sobbing and appreciation for all I was feeling, joy, loving, and an incomprehensible feeling of being, literally too big for my breeches. I felt as one might if their clothes were too tight, and in my mind I opened my inner clothing. Then my skin felt binding, and I unzipped myself. The words "no containment" surrounded me, and the word "expansion." I was indeed expanding. I wanted to write down the words. They felt so important. Yet I chose to experience the moment and didn't move. I saw angels and edges. and I continued to look for more until the angels became circular.
You mean angles?
Oh, yes. Thank you. I saw angles and edges, and I continued to look for more until the angles became circular, and I felt a knowing that this was more satisfying. I was giant. I was huge and bright beyond belief. I floated for what seemed a long time, and this sense of freedom, it even crossed my mind I could be transitioning, and I remembered smiling. It was truly glorious, as if I had met the God in myself and was more than I could imagine. I felt such peace. The way you expressed yourself today, Jim, was how I felt. I began crying when you spoke of it and suddenly wanted to know more of what this experience was about. What more can you please tell me, Jim? I'm in deep appreciation that the two of you are my teachers and my guidance. In loving, thank you.
Well, to me, it's beyond words. It's really more about experiential than it is verbal. So I would say take the experience of what you had, the expansion, the openness, letting go of ideas, the clothes, the skin, the body, all represents the outer belief systems and the garments that we wear, and realizing that the greater truth is inside and it's free. It doesn't have form, it doesn't have boundaries, it doesn't have a structure to it, it is limitless. And live more into that. And I don't know how else to put that into words than just to live that freedom, that openness, that vulnerability, that expansion, that loving that you experienced in that.
I like you use the word experiential. That's a lot of the talk today, and yours too. In fact, maybe that'd be a good title for today's sharing, is The Spiritual Path is Experiential.
Yeah.
Literally.
Oh, and I like the thing with the angles becoming circle. The circle to me is whole, it's complete in itself, and contains everything that it needs to contain. It's not trying to pull more in, it's really complete and whole. So to me, it means that all these angles that you see in your life is now becoming complete and whole. You're getting a lot of the answers, and your experience expands on that. The whole thing of how you moved and opened yourself up and freed yourself beyond all the mind and everything. That and the circles represent that same thing. So that's good. That's very good.
I'm not sure there's a question, so I'll just read and stop me if you want, or
Okay.
I don't know. Okay. Howdy. Thank you, Brian, for babbling on and on, totally describing my experiences of life as an initiate. I see the biggest blessing was that instead of meeting my teacher at the top of the mountain, I met Jim and then you at the start of my journey. To me, the part up to the top of the mountain was the hardest. Thank you so much for all these years of being there supporting me. Brian mentioned the tree of life, burning bush. Recently, I've had trees looking experiences. Last month, the horizontal wall with the hole blown burnt through it. That looked like wood tree burnt. This morning's meditation, when Kelsey was guiding us in and up, I first saw my soul, bright white ball at the seat of my soul. Then I saw it attached to a wooden staff that went straight down the center of my body. It looked like a wooden walking stick. I was in deep black darkness. I began to share it up to God, hoping it would move me into the light. I could only see my arm holding the staff, no body attached, like in a horror movie, but I wasn't scared. It kept moving around in the dark. At first, it seemed to be moving upward at an angle, then just moving around in the dark in a horizontal line for a long time. Then I felt like it was moving in a circle to the right clockwise, still all in the dark. I couldn't get it to go up to the light. As it took me around in the dark, I started to see experiences from childhood that I have worked LAF on that I hadn't fully loved yet. When I stole something, I helped someone cheat on a when I stole something, when I helped someone cheat on a test at school, praying my abusive grandpa would die, then he died, first masturbating, not standing up for myself and taking abuse. These feelings of wrong, bad, shame, guilt would come up. As this arm with the staff with a ball of light came up in the experiences, I would bring my loving into them with a sense of joy and enthusiasm and forgiveness. Now I had the knowing they weren't awful. They were just the experiences that humans go through. As I came up on them, I felt the feelings from the time and still had that feeling associated with the experiences of the past. Once I loved one experience, it would disappear, and I would go on moving into the blackness. Then another one would come up. There was a new sense of completion with each thing presented to me. Can you please share about seeing tree texture or material in both of these experiences? Also, any other symbols or awarenesses that you see or feel? Where was this? I have seen other staff on my journey, but I don't remember wood. Much grace and gratitude. Your loving initiate.
Well, it's like I said early when it was somebody else's experience. Sometimes we find we really have to go down, not up, in order to complete what is there for us to learn, to experience, to move through. So by going down and moving horizontally and down in the darkness, to me it's saying that there's still things in your beingness that have to do with your world experience that are there for you to learn. So experience them, learn them, just like you said, with all that was going on in the world, and now you see that that was for your learning and for your good, even though at the time it might have been horrific. I don't know. But it is all there for our learning. And so you learned and you're growing, and realize that we have the LAF that helps us to move through a lot of these things very quickly. We don't have to suffer them for a long time, but we can bring them into our meditation and into our spiritual practice, and through loving, accepting, and forgiving it all, it can really transform, move, and be gone quickly in comparison to what it might otherwise take. And then the meditation on a regular basis, if you just keep focusing on God and loving God and going toward God and being in God, you're going to be able to rise above the mind that contains all these images and things of the world that you just need to let go of now and go into the experience of the loving that's there for you. And I wouldn't be concerned about the tree textures or materials or anything like that. Those are just things of the world, and they all have structure, they all have texture, they all have quality, and each one represents something inside of you that you're looking at and wanting to deal with. And just look at the texture. The tree texture is rougher, the material is softer or smoother, and these are all just different qualities of this worldly nature that are there for you to learn. So I would say don't try to figure it all out, but rather ask God to help you learn and to let go of all these things that are distracting you or attracting you, and so you can go higher. I hope that answers some of that.
I was going to cover some, but he covered it, that the textures to me are just elements of the world. And the main thing is what Jim said.
Okay.
Really is key. I mean, that's a good example, but no matter what it is, it's really important, the meditation and LAF, just to allow the grace is what's going to bring the awarenesses and the revelations of the lessons, and the grace is what's going to liberate us from it.
Yeah,
So,
that's it.
This one has a cute title, Needy Me and Critical Myself. Hello, Brian, Jim, and Kelsey. The last few weeks, I have been having recent experiences around two aspects inside that seem to be a theme for me, reoccurring in layers at different times. The question or answer about the me, myself, and I helped to shed some light on it. Please let me know if I'm off course with any of this. This morning in meditation, it revealed itself as a needy me part that was wanting to be acknowledged, accepted, included, and loved, to feel special, precious, and valued. This needy aspect is quickly judged by a critical myself aspect that picks apart, comments, finds fault, and tries to provoke me into change through the criticism, which hasn't been very successful. I feel like divisiveness inside. I feel like divisiveness inside. And today it looks like a fracturing of the selves mentioned earlier. Is this accurate? I have already started doing the laugh process with all of it, and I want to hear anything else specific to address bringing these aspects into union within. It seems like the simple awareness of this happening is the bigger part of it. In the past, I have tried to stifle the critical part, even trying to deny its voice, telling it to stop it, to try to protect the little needy part. I have a knowing that an approach of loving the critic is a better approach. I'm not sure how that will look or unfold. By the way, I am laughing at myself now and feeling embarrassed as I hear the critical aspect trying to belittle me for having done this work for all these years, and here I am asking this now. Thank you so much for everything you do for us all, in much loving and gratitude.
Well, what I would say is, one, take the critical part of you and offer it as a gift to God. And you'll be surprised what can happen. I give up so many parts of myself to God all the time. And I just say, God, I have another gift for you. Here you go. This is a part of me that I would love to give to you. And God takes it and he then offers it back in a healed form or in a form where you'll understand. And it really does work if you will apply it. And if you don't, that's fine too. But just know that that critical part's there to serve you. It really is there to serve you, so that you begin to pay attention to certain parts of yourself and love them, accept them, forgive them, and release them, rise above them, whatever it might be. But all those things that you're struggling with are a part of this world. They are not a part of your soul. And what you want to do is, as it says in the Bible, seek God first and all else shall be given to you. If you seek God in your meditation first and go to God first, everything else just falls away, or everything else gets balanced and brought into service into your life, not working against you but for you. So seek God in your meditation. Just put God first, and then everything else will fall into place. And what I have found is by going here to the seat of the soul, you rise above the mind, the emotions, the imagination, the body, everything. And in that, you rise above all the karmas. You rise above all the disturbance. You rise above all that, and you are free of it. And the more you can rise above it and stay here for a while, the easier they just fall away and they can't come back. That's how I found to be the solution. Don't go into it and try to figure it out or heal it or make it different or anything, because you're going to spend 10 lifetimes doing that and still be disappointed. But if you can rise above it and just let it fall away because it's not really a part of you, then you're going to stand in your freedom much quicker.
I was just going to say again, what I was going to say, he already covered, so.
Well, I had an inner experience I wanted to share.
Yeah.
And we have 3 more, but they're repeats from people. So
Well, go ahead and show yours.
I
That's
share?
fine.
Yeah.
So I had an inner experience this morning, and I was with 2 women in a hotel room, and Brian's room was across the hall, and Alma, my cat, was with me, and she ran into Brian's room, and the 2 ladies were ready to pack up and leave on their flight, and I was leaving like the next day. That's what it was, the next day. So I said, well, let me go get my car, and then I can put your things and take you to the airport. So I went out the door, and it was dark. It was nighttime. And I went to find my car, and I couldn't find it. And I looked all through the parking lot, and I was like, this is so strange. I know I parked it right here. So I began walking up to another car park level. And the next thing I knew, I was just like lost. I was just on this journey of forever, and I just kept worrying, like, oh my God, they got to leave in 3 hours, and then all of a sudden, and this went on, feeling lost and taking these twists and turns, and then I got to like the end, and the end was just nothing. It was like a dead end. So I turned around to go back, and there was 2 ways to go, and I thought I had taken the path the same way I had come, to just go straight back to find the 2 women at the hotel room and Brian. And the next thing I know, I am like totally lost now, going down and down and down and down. And it went on, and I mean, I had to cross bridges and water on planks that you could slip and fall. I mean, it was just like this really long, drawn-out thing. And the next thing I know, I'm at the ashram of the last spiritual path I was on before I came to Inner Light Ministries. And I'm like, oh no, what am I doing here at the ashram? And I ended up getting into the ashram on the side where there are all these women college students. And I all of a sudden realized I'm like in a really skimpy bikini, like 2-piece. And at the ashram, you had to be covered practically from head to toe.
Yeah.
And so I saw a towel, and I wrapped myself in a towel, and I walked as fast as I could to just get out of there. And I knew where the main entry gate was, but I had to walk past the mandir, which is where everyone gathered to get darshan. And it was like, with every step I took, I felt like I couldn't go. It was like slow motion. It was like, come on, like I'm trying to run and go fast. And to the point where I'm like, my strides were huge, just trying to get as far as I could with each step. And I finally got out of the ashram, out of the front gate, and then all of a sudden I saw the upper path that I had taken to get lost in the first place. And I saw, oh, there was just an escalator. So I went through these doors, and I went up the escalator, and here I am back on the upper path. And there's just a handful of people. And so all of a sudden, okay, I'm back at the hotel. I'm apologizing to these 2 women. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. And they're like, it's okay, we called a cab, we're going. So they go. And the next thing I know, I'm back on this path headed to the dead end again. But when I get to the dead end, I realize that I'm actually there to support people in getting their way back. And they were going to take the turn that I took, and they started going down and down to that turn. So I followed them, and I said, hey, you guys are going the wrong way. I know actually the right path now. And so they said, oh, okay, yeah, we want that. I'm like, it's a much shorter path. Like, we'll get there really quick, and this will take almost an eternity to get where you're trying to go. And so I took them down to where I found the escalator, only I didn't have to go through the whole ashram. And this, to me, was the interesting part. There was a guard at the glass gates that let you through to get up to the escalator. And I said, please open the gates. And he said, no, they're broken. And I said, no, they're not. Open the gates. And he's like, no, they're broken. I said, open the gates now. And he opened the gates. And my cat just came in. He opened the gates, and I walked through with just the small group of people that I was taking up to that higher pathway. And all of a sudden, all these other people that were lost saw us going through the gate, and they followed. And so a herd of people just started, and the guy at the gate was just like, wait a minute, it was just for you few. But at that point, he couldn't close the gate. He couldn't close it on anybody. He had to wait till everyone got through. So it was really cool because just all these people got through. And we went up the escalator, and we were on the higher path, and we got back to the hotel that Brian was at, and that was the end of the experience.
And that last part is the whole story. Because this pathway is the pathway that opens the gates. It opens the doors that let us take the pathway of the short, quick return to God, not the long, extended pathway. And so by you being there, you had the authority to tell him, no, open the gates, open them now. And you had the authority because you have the initiation, you have the sacred name, and that sacred name is the authority by which the gates or the doors have to open for you. And so the fact that you got the few through and then more and more came through is saying that that's what you're going to be doing, is assisting Brian, the spiritual teacher, to get people liberated, and that you're going to show them the gate, you're going to show them the way and help them to enter in. So that's good, that's excellent. And the other is saying, don't get caught up in the service in the outer of the little things when here's the bigger service that you're here to do.
And a question on that was, when I came out of the experience, the other thing is I felt, and maybe I'm wrong, but I felt like Spirit was showing me the truth of that pathway.
Right.
It's of the world, it's in the world, and in a sense, it was very confusing and I was very lost.
Yeah.
Even though it was a pathway.
But it's about the outer.
Yeah.
The fact that you had to dress a certain way, you had to hide how you were dressed, all of that. It's telling you that it's all based and measured on the outer, and that's not going to take you to the inner journey that you wanted to take.
And it reminded me when you were answering that other question about sometimes Spirit will take you down and out.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like it's like I had to go back there and walk through. I literally had to walk through the ashram from end to end to complete something. I don't know, but it was like I had to walk back through it and maybe in a sense really consciously say, like, get me out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I am done.
That's why you were running, basically, at the end there.
I couldn't get out of there fast enough because I wanted to get back up to that higher path. So,
But that's also showing you part of the action of service, because God's going to always work through our own experience. And because you've had that experience with that pathway, that to me tells me that the people that are there that are ready to go to the higher pathway we're doing here, that because of your experience, you can lead and show them the way to bring them up to that level and open the gates. And that's all we have to do. That's, in a sense, that's all we do is kind of go the way and, lead the way and open the gates for people. But people have to make the choice, and go themselves. And that's good to realize that that's all we need to do. Where, to me, when you began the process of trying to drive people, that's showing you that's not your job. That's not your service. Don't worry of trying to take care of everybody. Let people take care of themselves. This made it very clear to me, because I know part of what you do is try to take care of everybody. You need to let go of that part and just focus on what you saw here, because you just opened the gates and led the way. And that's what you do in your classes you're doing. You can't do it for people. So in other words, don't try to take them. Just open the gate and show the direction, and let people step through the gates according to when they're ready and when they want to. And it's also showing you, because of where you were, there's a lot of people there. So when you said there's a lot of people, it's because there is a lot of people. That's why there's only a few up here, that there's a lot over here. So it's letting you know that's where people are at, and you know where to go. And you have that ability now because of your experience. But then again, once you open the gate, you just got to allow the people that are ready. But everybody has to have somebody to show them the way, but not do it for them. Does that make sense? So in the beginning, you're trying to do it for them. Let go of trying to do it for people. Just show them the way.
Yeah, and when you were just talking, I thought it's interesting because the few people that I followed clearly wanted help. So I followed them down to show them, wait, I just figured out the quicker way.
Yeah.
And then those that followed after, they just turned and looked and saw what we were doing. I didn't ask them. I didn't put it on them. They literally just turned and looked and went, oh, there's another way. Let's follow her. And that's when it was like a huge group of people. So
And that's what'll happen.
it was just the few that had asked, but
Yeah.
there was a huge group. And I kid you not, there were maybe like 4 people walking the upper pathway. I mean, it was like so few people
Yeah,
in that experience.
Yeah, that's good.
that's often the case.
That's very good.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry we're not getting to the other. But
Yeah. Let's end it
it's
there.
getting late. I'm sure a lot of people are ready to call it done. And if those are pertinent to them, they can either email it to me and I'll see what I can do to help,
We'll just
or else,
bring them to the next class.
yeah, bring them to the
I was
next
going to say I could
class.
start with these 3 at the
Okay.
next class.
That would be good. I'd like that.
Okay. Okay.
We'll just do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
And I'll have to say, it's nice getting the emails for the class to answer. One is just, we can get through a lot more, because if
Oh,
it's
yeah.
hard for Jim and I to answer emails these days, because the time it takes to respond to an email, look at how many emails we handle in just 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And so this really works doing it this way, where we can just respond verbally. But the other nice thing is, everybody gets the benefit of it then. Because Q&A, every time we hear such wonderful feedback from people, because listen, the truth is, we all have a lot of the same lessons and a lot of the same questions. So it's just a matter of who asks, and then we all get the clarity. So for both of those reasons, just practically, Jim and I just aren't able to keep up with emails, but the other one is because then we all get the benefit by doing it like this. So we'd prefer it this way. And yes, there'll be still the exceptions. Just like in the past, we've said around emails that we'll just be responding here and there as we're moved by Spirit, and when it's truly a spiritual question. Other emails, we just won't be answering so much anymore like we may have in the past, because they may not really be spiritually based, and or just even the practical level of being able to handle them. But if there really is something there, we will definitely respond, even if it takes a while, because if the Holy Spirit wants us to, the Holy Spirit brings us forward, and we'll get back to you. So just be aware of that. And here's the last thing I'll say on that. When you write an email, it's all about giving it expression and letting go of whatever it is you're writing about, and just realizing doing that is a way to give up to God, regardless of whether we respond physically to it or not. And that's really the key to support yourself. And then you let it go and not hold an attachment of when are they going to get back to me.
Well, a lot of times I've had people write, and then a month later I'll write them, and they'll go, "Oh my God, the day after I sent that to you, I got the answer. I'm sorry, I should have told you that. You didn't need to write."
It happens a lot, actually.
Yeah.
So,
I almost wanted one time. I almost wrote somebody and said, "Have you already got the answer?" Because I felt like they had, but I just went ahead and answered it and did it. Well, thank you all very much. It was a wonderful day. I hope it was wonderful for you all. And I really appreciate your participation, because your energy really makes a difference. When you're participating, when you're meditating, when you're there listening, and when you're participating through question and answer, it's energizing, and it brings a lot more flow of grace and spirit present. It's quite amazing. So thank you all. I'm enjoying doing it this way. This is really very nice. And I'm glad we're doing the question and answer sessions now. I think it's very enriching to all of us. And you may be the only one asking a certain question, but the question and the answer goes out to many different people and helps a lot more than just you. So thank you for that.
amen.
Amen.
Awesome. Well, thank you, everybody. I know it's half an hour later than what we normally do, but that's great. That's why we say approximate ending time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we love y'all, and we will see you next month. Just go to the website. You'll see the date that the next class is, as well as it's always on the website. So just go to the website, and you'll see it there, too. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, whether it's through the website or YouTube or Facebook or whatever now. So
Our
glad we got all
God tube.
Yeah. All right. Love y'all. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.